here and that seeing that so many people are interested in psychology science. I believe this is very, very important in nowadays world. And I truly believe that psychology, especially nowadays in the context of various disturbing global events, plays a huge role in helping people maintain their inner balance, mental health, and overall well-being. Therefore, I also hope and I am sure that this conference today will provide you not just with theoretical insights, but will also share practical knowledge, which we will be able to implement in our professional and personal daily activities. But before we start this interesting journey today, I would like to invite our honored Vice Director for Research, Professor Vaiva Lesauskaitė, to say a welcoming word. So please, okay. Dear Vaiva.
Hello, can everything okay with techniques? Can you hear me? Okay. So, dear guests, dear colleagues, it is indeed my great honor and pleasure to welcome you at the third international conference dedicated to psychology science for health. I can joke that I'm a pathologist by medical education, and for me, all the time, most important thing is morphology of tissues and structure. But of course, these days, the current events such COVID pandemics and war in Ukraine once more emphasized importance of positive attitude, psychological state, and strong will in our fragile world, as well for our fragile organisms. So I think that the same is true for the health. And because of this, in these our disturbing days, this conference has an additional value, because you will cover a wide range of topics such as artificial intelligence, sleep, physical activity, mental health, and many other, and all of them are dedicated to the most important, most precious thing, health. So I would like to wish you the interesting and fruitful discussions, and once more welcome you at the third conference, Psychology Science for Health. Welcome to Kaunas, welcome to university in this virtual type way. Thank you.
Thank you for your really important insights. And now I would like to invite our honored Dean of the Faculty of Public Health, Professor Ramunė Kalėdienė, to say a welcoming word.
Dear conference participants, it's a great honor for me indeed to also to welcome you in this event. And as a Dean of the Faculty of Public Health, I'm particularly happy that health psychology became an important part of health sciences in recent years. And it's rapidly and successfully developing under the roof of the Faculty of Public Health. And I would say that this multidisciplinary approach in health sciences helps us to achieve our goals, or at least move towards our goals to improve quality of life of people. And this international event demonstrates how important it is worldwide. So I'm most interested in learning and sharing experience during this exciting event, and I really look forward for all of us to gain more knowledge and competencies during this conference. So let's see what's happening now. All the best to you.
Thank you for your inspiring welcoming words. And so finally, I'd like to briefly introduce you to our today's plan. And our organizing team, consisting of 5 colleagues, Raimonda Petrulienė, Milda Kukulskienė, Evgeny Razgulin, Jolanta Žilinskienė, and me, are very delighted to see the final version of our conference program, because as you may have noticed, the presentations will cover quite a wide range of different fields. As Professor Vaiva Lesauskaitė also mentioned, those fields related to psychological health and well-being, and the topics including artificial intelligence, aging, treatment, decision-making, physical activity and its impact on mental health and other aspects, online learning, experiences of cancer patients, smart device use, motherhood peculiarities, etc. And this variety of important topics, to my mind, perfectly reflects the dynamism of our life, which is being constantly triggered or impacted by so many different aspects in many complex ways. And being constantly impacted by many factors, it remains significant to have the knowledge and skills how to take care of our own and others' psychological health and well-being. Therefore, I truly believe that this conference will contribute to these goals, and on behalf of all organizing team and the Department of Health Psychology, we wish you all a very fruitful conference. Also, some technical remindings that please be attentive about your microphones during the entire conference. And after each presentation, you are very welcome to ask questions or share your insights, both verbally, just turning your microphone on, and by writing your thoughts in the chat screen. And now I am inviting the moderator of our plenary session, Professor Aušra Saudargienė, to continue leading the conference. Thank you.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to our first session. So I hope you will enjoy our first session and wish you all a very nice conference to learn a lot, to contribute a lot, to ask questions, and also look into the future. So in this session, I think it's a bit unusual because we will discuss artificial intelligence. And I would like to invite Shahab from University of Tartu. So please, Shahab, maybe you could share your screen.
Yeah, I can.
And say hello. And a few words about Shahab. So Shahab is leading one of the best computer vision labs in Europe. And he's working in artificial intelligence field and applying artificial intelligence techniques in psychology research. So I hope you will enjoy his presentation, and please send your questions also during a talk into a chat window. So thank you so much, Shahab, for joining us today from Tartu, and looking forward to your talk. Thank you very much.
Thanks, and good morning, everyone, and thanks for attending. So today, what I want to talk, I would like to talk a little bit about AI and psychology, and actually I will walk through the journey of what we are doing, because it's a combination of artificial intelligence and psychology. I will talk about the opportunities which exist, and some of them we are touching them, and also about the challenges that why this opportunity have been actually created. So a little bit about myself. My name is Shahab. I'm a professor of computer vision and head of ICV lab, the first and now the largest computer vision applied machine learning lab in Baltic states. I'm also director of AI in PricewaterhouseCoopers in Finland. I'm responsible for AI development in Nordic, and I'm one of the driving force of responsible AI within PwC Global. And responsible AI is one of the topics that I will talk about it today. I'm also an AI advisor of several VCs within Estonia, Finland, and Norway. And also I am a PI and co-PI of over 20 industrial projects, and luckily some of them have been on the mental health or on the concept of AI and psychology, let's put it in that form. And I have been a coordinator and also a lead investigator of several EU-funded projects. I am old, so I am an IEEE senior member. And I was an ex-chair of the signal processing IEEE Estonia section. Because as you will see during the talk, there are lots of opportunities, both from scientific point of view and from business point of view, laid in the combination of AI and psychology. I have managed to co-found 3 startups which are working in the relevant work, and I have been presenting Estonia in several cost actions, which one of them I was also the deputy scientific coordinator. Scientific wise, I am known with my work in affective computing. My algorithm have been bought by Samsung and Sony, and we will talk a little bit about what affective computing is, which is the reason that I'm here to do the talk. Although I'm doing the research work on biometrics, on pure image processing and machine vision and things on video communication and virtual reality, augmented reality. So affective computing is the main topic of discussions here. And let's see what the affective computing is. We know that one of the most important application of AI comes on human behavior analysis. And it means utilization of AI so that it understands what the human, which is communicating with an AI or with a computer or with a game or with a device, is behaving, right? And this analysis of this behavior, human behavior, by using of artificial intelligence is referred as affective computing. So affective computing is a joint point where experimental psychologists and computer scientists are meet and start to discuss. So that's why that in the last 10, 15 years of my research, I have been heavily cooperating and collaborating with experimental psychologists in particular. Because without having this expert opinion and experts input, and me and many other people who are working on affective computing, they cannot develop any AI algorithms to help to understand what the human wants, what are the intention of the person, how a human is blocking an emotion, how human is lying. It's very important for machine to also understand all of those ones. And these are the subtopics that today I will try to touch on them a little bit. So our focus of the talk will be on the human behavior analysis, and we look at it from both psychological aspects and computer science aspects, let's say. And this human behavior analysis is very important because it's not only understand that what you are doing. It's also important to understand if what you are doing have some normal pattern inside it, or there is an abnormality, which is usually used for mental health analysis. There are people who are using it in order to do actually health analysis. There is a startup which is using this human behavior analysis in order to find out, for instance, whether you have a blood pressure or something is not okay with your health. So in human behavior analysis, we are using all type of modalities because human is a very complex mechanism. But we heavily focus, or at least my research team, we are heavily focused on facial expression. And there is a reason for that facial expression, because we know that the face is a very, very rich source of information. So there have been psychologists who have been working on it. There have been other people who have been working on the human face and what it means. And there are findings that it shows that actually whatever passed through your mind somehow is being reflected into your face. So that's why that throughout of this study and presentation, I focused mostly on the expression which are expressed through the face, although I will touch a little bit about the other modalities which are existing. The human behavior analysis, in particular human AI interaction, became more and more important because we are facing in Europe something which is called the aging society. So people are getting old, and we do not have enough youth who are being a companion to them, who are helping them, and so on. So that's why that there is a need of creating such a companion using artificial intelligence. And creating a companion doesn't mean that you can have a doll next to you. There is a need that this doll will start to think, will start to understand you. So in other words, it's creating the interaction. It understands that what is your emotional state right now. It should understand that if you are saying a sentence, how it has to react to that sentence. Is it with a I don't know, happy voice or happy facial expression, or would it be with a sad facial expression in order to have an empathy with something that you are saying? So that's why that it become more and more important. So human behavior analysis, we are focusing on the facial, and in the facial, we are paying lots of attention on the emotional states that the person is representing it. Emotion recognitions have been known for centuries by psychologists, and for close to a century for computer scientists, in order to make it to understand. You know that recognition of the emotion is very challenging, simply because human is a very complicated system and mechanism. I mean, we have various resources to understand the emotional status of a person. For instance, you might see me and you might think that I'm happy or I'm angry or I'm sad. But my best friend, when he or she is seeing me, they may have a different understanding of what is my emotional state is. And the reason is that, for instance, they have something which we call it the historical data of me in their brain. So it means that they are using various resources in order to understand. Emotion is heavily culture dependent. We know that, for instance, towards the North Europe, people are less expressive with their emotion, and people towards the South Europe, if we are only looking at the Europe, are more expressive on the way that they are expressing an emotion. It doesn't mean people in the North cannot be happy or cannot be sad and so on, or people in the South have more extra type of emotions, but it is the way that it is expressing. So it makes it more challenging, because it becomes culture dependent. Obviously, it depends on the physiology of the body. There might be, that when you want to smile, there are lots of muscles which are moving on the face. If there are some disorder in these muscles, you may not be able to express the emotion in a way that other people are expressing it. So this again doesn't mean you do not have that emotion, but it makes it more complicated that how you are expressing it and how people are preserving it, which means it will be more challenging for AI to understand it. And of course, we have some other type of disorders like autisms and so on, which makes this topic even more challenging and exciting. And that's why that lots of researchers are still working on it, both from psychological point of view and an affective computing point of view. I have talked with lots of psychologists in my life, and I find that one thing, none of them agree on definition of the emotions. And they're all right, because it's a very analog thing, and you really cannot draw a line and define and categorize different type of emotions. That's why that most of them are agreeing to work on the valence and arousal in order to express a particular emotions. But from affective computing, in order to kind of have a baseline, we all agree to focus a lot on Paul Ekman description of the emotions, that he was expressing the 7 basic emotions as a way to express somebody's emotional states. There are questions that if it is okay or not, if it is enough or not, and from psychological point of view, I don't want to talk about it, but I would like to look at this one from affective computing point of view. So there is a question, are these 7 emotional states are realistic? And the answer is that they are not. They are not, because they're very, very subjective. And as I just said a few minutes ago, it's heavily depends on many other factors. So they are not realistic, but are they enough to describe an emotional state of a person? And the answer is partial. Depends on the scenario that you want to use, and you want to utilize that emotional states. So they are not realistic. In the sense that they cannot span all the emotional states that you have, and they are not enough in order to express an emotional state of the person. And we can have a very nice example of this one, which I usually share. Let's say you love someone, you love your partner, you have been with your partner for let's say 10 years, right? And you really love him or her. And in the morning you wake up, and then you look at your partner, and he or she tells you that he or she doesn't love you anymore. So, and you really love this person. So what happens is that you will be very, let's say, sad, right? You will be very sad because you invested in that person, you invested in that relationship. So you will be very, very, very sad. And then you leave home, you are very sad, and on the way you are just passing by one of the kiosks and you buy one lottery ticket, and you are scratching it and you win 5 million euro. Well, 5 million euro is not a bad sum of money, so you will be very happy, right? I mean, I'm coming from Jewish background, so I will be very happy actually if I win a 5 million euro. So now let's pause and let's look at another parallel universe to this scenario. You wake up in the morning next to the partner that you really love, and you have invested in that relationship, and then he or she looks at you and says that he or she loves you. So you are very happy to hear it. And then you are leaving home, you are passing by the same kiosk, and now you got the ticket and you win 5 million euro. So now when we compare these two scenarios, we see that the emotional state of these two people are not the same. One of them comes from the happiness towards extreme happiness. Another one comes from sorrow to, let's say, extreme happiness. And interesting part is that in the facial expression, you will be able to find out that these two are very different. This is something that it is known as compound emotions. And we as a human usually do not have the absolute emotion. In particular, as we are growing, this becomes even more and more complex. So we usually have something which we can call it a dominant emotion, and another one which is a complementary emotion. And these two comes together in order to express your emotional states. The dominant emotion is the emotion which is more obvious to see. It's the momentary event has the higher impact into what you have. For instance, you had the breakup, you are very sad. In 1 hour you win 5 million. So that 5 million would be, for me, would be the dominant emotion. Although if you look at the macro expression, you might be able to see the sorrow. Or maybe I am extremely emotional person and I had this breakup. Although I win the 5 million, but the sorrow is more dominant. Still in the macro expression, you can see the happiness and joy of this 5 million that I have won. Then we started to do the deeper investigation and try to find out what, if somebody is expressing an emotion, what are the complementary emotion and what are the dominant emotion. And then we find out that you can divide the face into different sections and do the analysis for each of these sections in order to find out what are the complementary emotion. Dominant is very dominant and it's very easy to see, because it usually takes into account the bigger movement or macro expression. The micro expressions are the ones that are more associated with the complementary expression. Compound emotion, although, well, they exist since human exist, but from affective computing point of view, was initially investigated by a scientist called Martinez in US. And then around 5-6 years ago in Europe, with a couple of our colleagues in Barcelona and in Poland, we started to do a deeper investigation into that one. We find out that we do not have sufficient amount of data. So we started to do work with the experimental psychologists, and we started to collect a very rich set of database, which we were teaching the people to have different type of combination of emotions. It took almost over a year to collect this data. And each of the people who were in the data set were being educated, both psychologically and physiologically, that how each of the expressions, actually which muscles are working and so on and so forth. So we started to find out that if we are sticking with the 7 emotions that Paul Ekman was introducing, we can come out with the matrix of 7 by 7, so we can express up to 50 different emotions. 49 of them is coming by combination of complementary and dominant emotions from 7 basic emotion, and the 50th would be a neutral emotion. In our daily life, we are seeing that happily sad or sadly happy are two of the most common type of emotions that we are seeing in our daily activities, because fortunately or unfortunately, not everything that we do during a day are perfect, right? So in other words, there is sometimes some sadness within us, while there are lots of beautiful things also happening. So that's why that we have these complementary emotions. And as I stated, we can have this table which is helping us to have up to 50 different category of emotions. AI is very good to detect many of them. And of course, there are some that like surprisingly happy or surprisingly sad are those two of the challenging emotions that AI is not necessarily very good in order to recognize them. Is it bad or good that AI cannot do it? Subjective, because we have to compare the performance with a human. And by human, I'm not talking about expert psychologists. We are talking about the basic humans, like, I don't know, people who have not studied affective computing or psychologists. Then we see that AI actually performing quite decent. And I will talk about the performance of human versus AI a bit later. So then we started to do a deeper investigation. So we saw that we have this compound emotion. People have this mixture of emotions to express. So let's see that how we can utilize it even more from application point of view. Then we find out one thing, and that is that we do not see our face a lot, in a sense that our brain has been trained intensively with huge amount of data of different facial expression, because I don't know, if you, let's say on an average you are I don't know, 27 years old, then it means that maybe close to billions of instances have been came to your brain, so you have a good understanding of different facial expressions. But there is a huge lack of data of your own face and your own facial expression. And there is actually a very famous fun test. And the test is this. George Clooney is very well known with his smile, right? Now, look at this picture. Look at his smile. It's not a very exaggerated smile. Now try to mimic this smile. The moment that you think you got it, take a picture or ask somebody to take a picture of you without you looking it, because I don't want you your brain to provide any feedback. And then when you look at the picture which has been taken of you that you think you look like, or your smile looks like George Clooney, you will see that how off you are. There is also another very interesting fun experiment, and it is like this. Put the two fingers tips in front of your eyes, and you can now all do it actually, and then try to open the gap for 1 centimeter. We are pretty good in opening this for around 1 centimeter. Now, in our face, one of the muscles, or part of muscles that we can move very nicely is the muscles around the eyebrow. If all of you can move the eyebrows. Now, my question to you is that try to move your eyebrow up for 1 centimeter, and we see that we really fail. And the reason is we have never trained our brain with the muscle activities of our face, so we don't have a good understanding that what is going on. We know the comment has went there to expand or squeeze the muscles, but we don't know how much it happens. For our hands, we see it, and there is this a feedback loop in our brain that we know how much we are opening the gap. Similar thing is with the smile. We know that we have to squeeze some of these muscles in order to expand, let's say, our mouth to create the same shape, but how much we are doing it, we don't have a control over that one. That's why that if you go and become an actor or actress, in acting 101, they tell you that sit in front of the mirror for whole 1 year and do all of these expressions. So you are fitting lots of data to your brain. so that you will start, your brain will start to learn and understand that how much of a squeeze means 1 centimeter, for instance. So we find out about this. We did an investigation on that. Then we saw something very interesting. We saw that actually facial expression can be used as a biometric. It means as a unique way of expressing a person. We collected a database and verified our results. And it was like this. We said a person, we had lots of people, and we asked them to follow a sequence of emotion. So everyone had their own sequence, and we asked them to pick up 5, and then we teach them to use one particular 5 sets. So everybody were following 5 sets of emotion. And then we record all of them, and we start to see if they are discriminative from one another. And we find out that the accuracy of recognizing a person by looking only the way that they are expressing the emotion is reaching to over 98%. Why it is good is that you can go in front of the ATM, and instead of entering your PIN code, which you don't know if the pad is clean or dirty, or if somebody is seeing or not, you can express your own sequence of emotion in order to unlock the PIN. And you are not very much worried if somebody is seeing you. And the reason is, first, the other person who sees you does not have the same facial geometry points. And even if they do, they cannot express an emotion exactly in the same way as you are expressing the emotion. Because they have not trained their own muscles in a way that you have not trained it. You got used to it. So they need to kind of copy and train. So that makes it even way more complicated. And as I said, that our results reached to over 98%. Then we saw that, okay, this is very cool. We find out the compound emotions. We find out that the sequence is quite unique, and we can benefit from it in order to recognize people. But what if the person tries to lie? Or in other words, what if person tries to hide? So for us, it was very important to also find out if the person who are expressing an emotion have a genuine emotion, or is it a deceptive emotion that he or she is expressing it. There is a term like fake emotion, which are being studied by psychologists for a while, and it is relatively very new by computer scientists or affective computers. And the reason it's important from AI point of view is that it will improve the reliability over AI. Whenever I am doing a demo that look how the machine understands your emotional states, the first questions that I am facing, or the first experiment people try to do, is that they try to fake an emotion, and they are asking if the AI would be able to understand. The answer is, again, is almost yes. The AI has a good understanding to find out if you were feeling that emotion or not. So I will get back to the next slide in a few seconds. And the reason that AI has a capability of doing it is 2 reasons. One is that, as I previously stated, in general, we do not train our muscles to express an emotion. We learn it, and we have our own way. And if you want to fake it, you have to comment a lot on your muscles, and that's why that the exaggeration happens. The most famous example of this fake emotion is fake smile, which there are lots of algorithms which you can download and use it. And most of them are working based on this. If I tell you a joke, and it's a really funny joke, and you really laugh at it, what happens that in the genuine smile, we open the mouth or show the smile, and we are squeezing the corner of the eyes. Everybody is doing that one. Now, most of the people, when they are faking a smile, they know that they have to open their mouth or show the smile itself, but they don't know that the corner of the eyes also get squeezed. Now that you know it, and next time I tell a very stupid joke and you want to be polite maybe and laugh or fake the smile, you will start to squeeze the corner of the eyes, which is okay. But there is a problem. And the problem is that usually you end up to underdose or overdose this squeezeness. So then we said, that's very cool. And we can start to measure these overdoses and so on. But then we did a little bit of further study from psychological and physiological aspects of human body. And then we find out this. If I ask you a question, which you know the truth, and you don't want to express it, or for example, I give you a shocking news and you don't want to express it, or you're playing poker game and you want to try to keep this poker face, there is actually lots of things happens in our body. One thing is that the genuine emotions usually comes through the spinal cord, which means that they are very fast. And then if you want to overwrite, the overwrite command comes from the brain, and there is a delay inside it. So the spinal cord give the comments that you have to Shahab said something very funny and you have to laugh. So spinal cord gives the comments to express this joy or happiness. But you hate me and you don't want to laugh at what I said. So now your brain start to overwrite on the spinal cord comments. There is a delay. In other words, the muscle starts to react towards what spinal cord says before the comments from the brain comes in order to undo it. Now, we find out that if we will be able to measure a very dense temporal domain, like over 100 frames per second, we will be able to measure that in the micro movement, actually there is a change towards the actual emotion, and then it will be kind of overwritten by brain, and the muscles start to undo what they wanted to do. Now, obviously, we can, from this macro movement, we don't know what is the destination emotion, but we know that when you are undoing it, if you be able to measure, it means that you are blocked in some particular emotions. So in order to do this, we sat down the psychologists, we spent months, and we came up with a very nice scenario. And the scenario was this. We find out samples, and then we put them into one particular experiment. And the experiment was like this. We were showing them a very happy and funny video. I will show you an example of a funny video in a few seconds. So we were showing them a happy or funny video. So they were very, very happy. And then they were sitting in front of the camera. So they watched the video, and then I was telling them, okay, now act happy. Act happy. So every time I was asking them to act happy, and I was recording them. So you know that the human brain is super interesting. It learns the patterns. That's why that if there's a construction happening around you, after sometimes you don't hear it, because your brain learns the pattern and tries to filter those things out. So we were creating the pattern of be happy, be happy. So the brain learned that Shahab will say be happy, and then you act happy. Then Shahab says be happy, you are acting happy. Then Shahab says be happy, you are acting happy. And then Shahab says be sad. Then we were repeating it, actually be happy, for 5 to 7 times. And then suddenly we were asking something which is completely opposite of being happy. So what was happening is that your brain was learning that Shahab will open the mouth to say that be happy. So from the spinal cord, the comments was coming that you will start to act happy. And then you are hearing being sad, then the brain comes in and tries to overrule and override on being happy. And we were recording this. It was super nice to see that how these expressions were being, these changes were being able to be measured. So this was one of the videos. Actually, the videos were all being ranked by experimental psychologists. So we will find out that what are the right videos that we have to use in order to evoke some emotion. we find out 54 people, almost equal distribution of genders between them on the age 19 to 36. And then they were passing through these emotion sets and opposite of those emotions. So we were measuring what is the fake emotions, or try to find out where these deceptiveness are happening. And it was the results were very interesting. The results were very interesting in the sense that on an average, for the 7 basic emotions that Paul Ekman was mentioning, AI performance was around 67, 68%. Then there was a question, is 67 good or bad? So we couldn't comment on that one. Then we did another experiment. And the experiment was, this was a joint work that we did with University of Barcelona and one colleague in South Africa. So we picked up some experimental psychologists from Estonia, from Spain, and from South Africa. And then we showed the videos to them, and we told them that look at these videos and tell which one of them are unfelt or fake. The performance of the experts was around 34%. Then we said, okay, so AI is better from the experts. Let's try it with the normal people. So we picked up lots of students in Estonia, lots of students in Spain, and we gave them the video. And the performance of the human, the normal human who were not students of psychology, they were less than 10%. Then we find out, okay, actually AI acts very, very well. Then we started to do, and here is a sample of the data. On the top row, you can see the acted anger, which the video was a video of anger scenario was being shown to the person, and she was acting of how to be angry. And then on the bottom, you will be able to see that when she tries to oppose from one emotion to become angry, it's very obvious to see how she's exaggerating the squeezedness on the forehead. So, and AI was very cool and easy to detect those exaggerations and micro movement. Here is the fake happiness. We created an activation map to see that how AI understands the parts which are yellow or greenish. It means these are the parts which are motivating AI to say that this happiness is a fake one. And you can see that majority of the points are actually laying on the eyes. As psychologically, we know this is the reason how we can understand an emotion is fake. Then we said that, okay, we did some investigation on the fakeness, but let's see that how humans are blocking or unblocking an emotion. This is also a very, very interesting topic. And this is the work that is still going on. So with experimental psychologists, we have collected over 150 people with different backgrounds. We did the personality test. We collected the EEG signals. We collected the videos while we were trying to evoke different type of emotions. So we can look at it from different modality. It became very important topic because I'm talking with the Estonian Police and Border Guard, and they said that they are also interested in topic like this. And the reason is, if police ask you a question and you lie, you break a law and you will be jailed. But if police ask you a question and you don't lie, but you don't tell the truth, they cannot do anything. But you are actually helping, let's say, the criminal people or the bad people, because you are delaying the work of the police. So they said that it's important if there are an algorithm which finds out that you are blocking a particular expression, so it can raise a flag that then they find out they should not rely on what you are saying. They cannot do anything against you, but they can ignore what you are saying. Of course, facial expression is something that I work a lot, but it is not the only way to understand the emotional state of the person. Because as a human, apart from our eyes, we are hearing. You can hear a person who is shouting, and from that you understand if a person is angry, for instance. The smells help, the feeling, the touch helps, the body language helps. So there are lots of modalities which are used in order to find out what is the emotional state of the person. And we are doing a little bit of work on each of them. Of course, they becoming more and more complicated, but this is the interesting and challenging part. So one of the application of this human facial expression analysis is that we will be able to integrate different modality, for instance, the speech, the audio, and the video, to understand what is the first impression the person is leaving while he or she is talking to you. So first impression analysis is one of the topics, and this is actually how we manage to formulate and put them together and create a business case in order to analyze, let's say, the first interview or the first CV of the people. So there is a company called IBCV, which is a spin-out from my lab. And what they were doing the facial expression analysis, first impression analysis, and also the sentimental analysis in order to analyze the video CV of a person, which can be used for job application and screening. I mean, you don't need to wait for the video. Another application of it is that you can analyze the employee performance assessment. For instance, you go to Telia and you are talking with this Telia guy or girl, and then it's important for Telia to know that how their customer service people are actually behaving. So it can do the analysis and create a score that if it is a good thing or bad thing, or if the person need to be improved. So there are lots of challenges. So I talk about some cool opportunities and fields that we are touching them, and each of them have lots of subfields that are subject to deeper investigations. But there are some challenges which are helping to actually make these works much more mature. One of them comes from the fact that we are in Europe and we are facing GDPR. In the US, they have this AAA, which is very similar to GDPR, which means that we have regulations on how and what we are analyzing. And not only that one, we are facing a fact that because the emotion is very culture dependent, person dependent, then we have to look into the fairness that AI is showing while an expression is being expressed. And that's the place that the responsible AI comes. And I want to talk about it in the last 10 minutes of the talk, a little bit about these challenges that we are facing. So when we are talking about the threats or issues that or risk which are associated to AI, we can divide these risks into two categories. One is the application level risk, which means that the affective computist and the computer scientist need to focus a lot on that one. It's at the algorithm level. And the other one is enterprise and national level risk, which usually GDPR and other AAA regulations comes into the place. And while we are looking at this risk, we understand that where the challenges and where the issues of AI are actually laying on, and then we try to address those topics. We focus a little bit on the application level because this is the thing which is in our hand. The enterprise or national level is more in the hand of the politicals and of course the public because they are voting for that. Right. So let's look at the application risk. And in application risk, we look at the performance, the security, and the governance. From the performance point of view, there are lots of issues which are laying down on the fairness of the AI. And the most famous one is the bias issues which are existing. So bias issues is like this. FBI was using an algorithm that it was looking at the face of the people and was creating a score if the person is a high risk or low risk. And then they audit the algorithm later when they were using it, and they find out a big issue. They put a picture of a white man, which is a very well-known criminal, and a normal black woman. And the AI said the black woman has the high risk compared to the white man. Of course, after that, because it became very public news, FBI stopped the algorithm, but it shows that how the imbalance in the data is causing huge bias inside the decision making that AI is making. And in November 2019, actually the case was settled, but you know that Apple created an Apple credit cards, and then they find out that if you are filling an application, same application, if your gender is female, you will have lower chance of getting the credit card than if your gender is male. And it's because the data was very imbalanced and it was very much biased towards giving the credits towards the male people. So these are the issues that heavily we are facing. And when we are doing especially human behavior analysis, we are paying huge amount of attention on the bias inside the data, if we are tackling all the issues and so on and so forth. The other issue which are existing is at the security level. The most important one is something which is called the adversarial attack. Now, what is adversarial attack? It is that your AI works very well. The algorithm is very nice, and lots of people who are hacking into the systems, they cannot touch your algorithm because it's too complicated. So what they are doing is that they are attacking to the training data. They are playing with your training data and try to make sure your algorithm will learn wrongly. It's like this. You are showing a blue pen to a kid and you say, this is red. And then he or she learns, this is red, this is red. So next time when he or she is seeing a blue, says that this is red. He thinks it is doing it, or she thinks it's doing it very right, because this is how the learning happened. But the reality is that the training data was not okay. And that's the part that as an affective computerist, we heavily work with experimental psychologists, because they are the one who guarantee that the data that we are holding and the machine will learn from it will be all okay. This is the part that becomes even more complicated, especially if you are developing a solution which you want to sell it and it goes to the market, because you have to audit your data to make sure that no adversarial attack has happened. And the other one is the governance over the data, which has a direct impact into your results. The most famous example of it is the rogue AI. What is rogue AI? It is that your AI data is very good. The AI algorithm also looks very good, but the AI goes mad when it is in action. A most famous example of it was with the Australian Commonwealth Bank. And what happened was that when you were applying for getting a credit, you have to fill lots of data. You have to provide lots of data, and accordingly, AI was making a decision. Obviously, one thing is that your income, and another one is your debt. If your income is 1 million and your debt is 1 million, it means you will not be able to get any credit, because all your income goes to the debt, right? And if your income is 10,000 but your debt is 0, you should be able to get the credit, because all your income is a net in your hands, which means that you will be able to get the credit. Somehow the AI went crazy and it was ignoring every information which was being inserted, and it was only looking at the income. So it started to give lots of credits to people who have high income, who had also very high debt, and the people with the lower income who had no debt were being ignored. Eventually, they find it out because the bank has started to lose money. They gave the credit to the high income with a high debt who could not return the money. And then they find out that AI just decided to go rogue. And in order to solve the issues such as that, you need to develop further algorithm, which is checking your algorithm that it is not going crazy. So you can see that there are lots and lots and lots of challenges existing. PricewaterhouseCoopers and Microsoft are the two of the leaders who are actually working heavily on this concept of responsible AI. Microsoft was calling it trustworthy AI. In Europe, we are using the both words, trustworthy AI and responsible AI. And it is tackling the ethical issues, make sure that the algorithms are very fair, tackling the performance and security, looking into the biases, see that the AI algorithm is explainable. This is something that GDPR is forcing you. They don't want you use an AI as a black box, that something comes in and then it makes a decision, even if it's the right decision. The algorithm need to be explainable. In other words, I declare this is blue because of it should provide the reasoning behind it. And also it should be very, very robust. I'm working consulting one company, and they have a very interesting scenario. The algorithm works significantly great and nice, and their client is very happy. And they try to use the algorithm on another scenario, it miserably fail. And it means the algorithm is not robust. So these are the big issues, because it means that even though today it's working very well, you never know when it will collapse. And you should have a deep understanding on the governance over all your data. Currently, in my lab, we are heavily focused on this explainability of AI and responsibility AI, while we are focusing on the human behavior analysis. We recently published a couple of papers on the relationship of this human behavior analysis, I mean, like emotion recognition with respect to gender, race, and age, because this fairness is playing a very, very important role. This being said, I'm happy to have the opportunity of sharing a little bit of the story that how we are working together with psychologists on this topic. And I would be happy to answer any question that you might have.
Thank you so much, Shab. It was an excellent talk. And now we have time for a few questions. So please, who would like to ask Shab? And Shab, maybe you could please stop sharing your screen so we would see you better.
Sure. Sorry.
Thank you. So, any questions? No questions. Okay, so
there is a question.
Vladas, yeah, please. Maybe you could switch on your camera. We would see you.
Hello, everyone. I had a question. I would like to ask you, when do you think the technological singularity will come?
I don't know. You have to define what you are expecting in that technological singularity to happen, because AI is a tool which is targeting to achieve the objectives that you are defining. So you tell me, what do you mean by technological singularity?
What I mean is the AI will become so advanced that it will improve in such an incremental manner that it will quickly surpass the human intelligence and perhaps even, as you mentioned, go rogue.
Yeah, so currently AI is very good and much better than human on a specific job. Still, there are lots of attempts for general purpose AI, which we see that it is still have lack of the performance, both from computational point of view and performance like accuracy point of view. When it comes to one singular task, in other words, when we are defining the objective, it seems that AI can, even today, AI is performing much nicer and better than, or faster than human. But when it comes to the general purpose, it is not. Currently, AI does not have the capability of defining its own objectives. In other words, AI doesn't know what is its goal. It doesn't know if it is helping human or killing human or do anything. So that's why that singularity from that point of view at the moment is not even achievable, because there is no objective defined over that one. But if we are going down to one particular topic and say that when will the AI be able to understand human emotions way better than any other human, then we are on that track. And in many of the cases, for instance, it does it. But when you come to the bigger window, we see that that is not the case. I would recommend you to read a book. It's by Stuart Russell. I'm reading it. It's called Human Compatible. And the whole book is dedicated actually to this topic. And it talks about you should define the objective. And when it comes to the general objective, AI doesn't have a general objective. So that's why we are safe in that sense. Sorry.
Thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you so much, Shab. Unfortunately, we don't have time for more questions, but I very much hope to see you at our University of Lithuanian Health Sciences, because we're not so far, Estonia and Lithuania, and we already started a very nice collaboration between our groups. So I hope we will welcome Shab sometime in the future here at our university. So thank you once again, and please stay at our conference and enjoy next presentations. And otherwise, I wish you a nice day and hope to see you soon. Okay, and our next speaker is Laura Stenkevich from Barcelona Beta Brain Research Center. So I already see Laura, and maybe you could unmute your microphone. And Laura today will talk about humans, not only about artificial intelligence and how to stay healthy, and importance of sleep in aging and in Alzheimer's disease. So thank you so much for joining us today. I guess you're in Barcelona, and looking forward to your talk.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for, first of all, for the invitation to this conference. It is honestly my pleasure to be here and to be presenting my research to also like a Lithuanian community and an international community that is participating here today. And I would like to start sharing my screen. Are you seeing it all well, I suppose?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So as I've already been introduced, my name is Laura Stenkevich, and I'm a PhD researcher at the neuroimaging unit of Barcelona Beta Brain Research Center. And specifically, I'm working in the diagnostic part and the prevention part of Alzheimer's disease. And before actually investigating the Alzheimer's disease, I'm looking specifically into the earlier stages of the disease spectrum continuum, so more into the preclinical stages and investigating what happens when we are normally aging and what is this functional switch between functioning and pathology. So without a further ado, I would like to straight move into the contents of today's talk. So obviously, I'm going to be talking about sleep, but the topic of sleep is incredibly big and vast, and it's unfortunately not feasible to discuss all the details in such a brief presentation, although I'll try and start to give a bit of an introduction on why to sleep with giving a general background and also talking a little bit about the mechanisms of sleep and specific neuroanatomical structures that are crucial when we talk about sleep regulation and wake cycle and how they are related to our daily functioning and what happens to these structures and how they are linked with pathological states as Alzheimer's disease. So yeah, I would like to also present today one of the research that has been done at my center, and that was already presented in the publication. So just to share some new knowledge and something that has been found recently. So as why we sleep, it's obviously the question that everyone asks when they start the research in this area, or any person who is interested in sleep. And I suppose even those who do not have any background in neuroscience may be pondering this question in their heads. So sleep has a huge amount of theories as well that are related to it. And one of the earliest theories of sleep it's called adaptation, or sometimes even evolutionary theory, actually suggests that inactivity that happens at night is an adaptation process that usually serves for a survival function by helping various organisms to avoid harm at the time when they would be particularly vulnerable, so meaning nighttime. And specifically, this theory suggests and kind of instills that animals and humans, well, specifically this theory was originated by animal models, evolutionary perspective, so suggests that animals that were able to remain calm and quiet during such periods of night and dark time, they had an evolutionary advantage over those animals that remained active. So this is just one of the kind of oldest and the first theories, although it's now mostly challenged as well. The second theory is the conservation one, and meaning energy conservation, which states that one of the main functions of sleep is actually reduce individuals, animals or persons' energy demands, and specifically expenditure during the day or night. And especially when foraging for food is least efficient, we reduce our energy consumption and we conserve the energy for the most active periods of our day. And it is important that this conservation theory is based also and has been proven by empirical evidence. And specifically, we can see how body temperature fluctuates circularly with day and night, which is linked with this energy conservation theory. And we can see that during sleep falling, we have the fall of our bodily temperature, meaning that we need fewer energy resources. And then this temperature actually comes back up in the morning hours and throughout the day. Another explanation for why we sleep is also based on this long-held belief that sleep somehow restores, recovers, replenishes, rejuvenates our body that is being harmed during the wakefulness. And in recent years, these ideas have been supported by a lot of empirical evidence gathered from various studies, both on animal models, so mainly on rodents, but also in human studies as well. And one of the most striking and one of the most important one is actually the sleep's role in immunity. And some of the seminal work that has been done in animal models has actually shown that sleep loss leads to complete decline of the immune system that further leads to an organism's death. So we actually seen the role of sleep and immunity, this interplay, also very significant during the times of the pandemic, because obviously pandemic has led to impairment in our normal sleep cycle, in our normal sleep architecture, and that was complemented by the reduction in our immune response. And that's why people who do have a poor sleep quality has an impaired central immune functioning, and thus are more prone to develop various systemic diseases and also neurological disorders. Now moving to the other part of the body and other part of the functions. So I would like to talk and give some attention why sleep is important for cognition, for our brain health. And actually, one of the main key features which links sleep and cognition in general is this underlying phenomenon of neuroplasticity. And sleep is crucial for specific memory processes, such as memory processing, implementation, and consolidation. And as we probably know that there are different types of memories, and different types of memories relate to different parts of the brain. And sleep, as I'll tell you later on, also has distinct parts and very specific architecture signatures. And each of them relates to specific memory processes differently. And due to this complex relationship, we still do not know the specific underlying mechanisms, but for what we can say from the current evidence is that REM sleep deprivation, mainly that was found in rodent models, have shown specifically impaired performance on memory tasks that were tapping into the hippocampus zone, and specifically memory tasks related to contextual memory and also navigational skills, as we know that specific cells in the hippocampus are related to our navigational ability. So that is one of the very important parts. Another important process when we talk about sleep and memory is specifically memory consolidation, because during the deep stages of sleep, our memory gets translated from hippocampus and it gets diffused into the other cortical structures, so we can easily recall the memory. So actually our memory is not specific to hippocampus, but hippocampus is the first memory processing and memory recording hub. And then after repetition, and specifically during the sleep, this is the crucial point, our memory gets sent to the other cortical areas, so the memories get strengthened. And the last function of sleep, it's one of the most recent theories, is actually that sleep is involved and very important in brain cleaning, otherwise brainwashing. But in this time, it's a good type of brainwashing, and we do really want this brainwashing always to take part in our brain. And during sleep, we actually have a specific system that is called a lymphatic system. And it is important for clearance of metabolic waste. This is the waste that accumulates from the period of wakefulness, as well as certain toxic proteins such as amyloid beta protein or tau protein that are involved in pathology of neurodegenerative disorders and specific Alzheimer's disease. And this lymphatic system helps to clear these proteins out of the brain. And the reason the lymphatic system is actually called lymphatic system is that our brain is deprived of the bodily lymphatic system. That is the system that removes products from our body. And recently, less than 10 years ago, if I recall well, in 2012, a group of researchers have actually found that our brain does have a similar working system, although it doesn't consist of the similar nodes that are a part of the lymphatic system. But in that system, we have the structural components such as glia cells. This is like the other part of brain cells that are perhaps less known to the general public. Apart from neurons, we have glia cells, and thus the term lymphatic was coined in order to pose the role of the glia cells in this cleaning process of the brain. So now we are already a little bit familiar with why we sleep, and I suppose that you understand the importance of it by now. And I would like to talk a little bit about the structure and more specifically the architecture of sleep. So when we talk about sleep, we have to think of it in perhaps two distinct parts, two distinct layers of specificity. So the first layer, we have the macrostructure, which is comprised of sleep quantity. So it's more of a coarse definition of sleep. And when we're talking about the microstructure, we can talk about the length of the sleep, the latency of our sleep, and another specific part of the sleep architecture, macroarchitecture, is actually sleep stages. And researchers are investigating differences between different parts of the macrostructure, such as different lengths and the time we spend at different stage, and then they try to relate to specific processes or specific pathologies. So I would like to now just zoom in a little bit on the sleep stages, on this macroarchitecture feature, and talk a little bit how is our sleep composed from the macro global perspective. So this is the hypnogram you can see in this slide. And from here, you can actually see that sleep is could be divided into two main parts, into two main phases. We can also call them like that. So we have the slow wave sleep, and we also have the paradoxical sleep, or in other terms, we have non-REM sleep, so non-rapid eye movement sleep or rapid eye movement sleep, and the latter stands for the paradoxical sleep. So the slow wave sleep could be further subdivided into 4 or 3 stages, depending on the research group. But the 4 stages division was more of a older perspective, and now the last 2 stages usually are pulled together in, and that's why we have a 3 sleep stage formation. And each stage, as I already mentioned before, has a specific characteristic which can be measured and captured using specific tools, specifically polysomnography, which is a gold standard in sleep field, in neurology, in somnology. And this polysomnography study actually helps us to understand in which stage a person is based on the brain waves oscillation that are captured using electroencephalography, EEG, because a person undergoing the polysomnography study actually has EEG cap. Also, we are measuring muscular activity, we are measuring oxygen saturation, we are measuring nasal flow. With nasal flow devices, with a cannula, we can also measure breathing disorder. So it's a very full examination that allows us to not only understand at which sleep stage a person is, but whether at that stage there's some sort of disorder or abnormality from the mean, as we say. And at the beginning of our sleep, of our night cycle, brain activity starts to calm down, and actually the perception of our outer world, of our inputs from the outside begin to decrease. And you can see this from this slide. And actually in this hypnogram, the green parts are measured as lower stages of slow wave sleep. And they're the most important because these are the stages where the cleansing processes are taking place, and also where memory consolidation take place. In the second stage, we have the sleep spindles that are specific for memory processing and memory consolidation and memory transportation to the other cortical areas. And all of these sleep spindles and K complexes, they are actually very easily captured from the EEG visual read. And this allows us, researchers and neurologists, somnologists, to understand and draw boundaries between different stages the person is. And you can also see in this hypnogram that there is quite a distinction between 2 parts of our night time sleep. So we have during the early stage, we tend to have more slow wave sleep, more deep sleep stages. That's why it's crucial to actually go to sleep on time in order to have a proper deep sleep stages. And in the second part of the night, we tend to have slightly longer REM, so this paradoxical sleep stages. And during the sleep, we also have certain features that are muscle atonia, so we are paralyzed, although we have very rapid eye movements. And this sleep stage, when we look at the hypnogram, at the EEG recordings, sometimes may recall even the activity that resembles the wake time, because we have very fast and high frequency in the EEG recording panel. And now let's go a little bit into the microstructure. And what is the microstructure? So microstructure is actually this more fine-grained look on sleep architecture. And if you recall, in the macrostructure, we had different sleep stages. We have the length of the sleep, we have the latency of the sleep, and the microstructure, on the other hand, is looking at the specific parts of the sleep stages. So as you saw in this slide, here already in the sleep stages hypnogram, we see the sleep spindles, the K complexes, we see the slow wave oscillations, And this is indeed belong to the microstructure, the specific length, the amplitude, the frequency of the waves, and also the sleep spindles. And here is just a visual representation of the heat map of the EEG over the scalp. And we can see that actually this is very interesting to study, because we have different topography of different sleep microstructure signatures, and they do change from the young stage to the elderly age. And more strikingly, we have very distinct pattern when it comes to pathology, for instance, Alzheimer's disease. And now I'm not gonna obviously go into the details of the neuroanatomy, because this is not a university lecture, and I'm sure you all remember really well your classes and lectures, but I'll just like to highlight the important structures that are crucial for sleep and wake regulation. And I would like to stop here and explain that when it comes to sleep, when we're talking about sleep, it is actually really important to realize that it is not an individual process, but rather it's a part of this dual system of sleep and wakefulness. And so we cannot actually separate one from the other. And we cannot say that perhaps, you know, thalamus impairment leads to sleep problems, because we always have to take into account what is happening in the wakefulness side of the coin. And just to recapitulate briefly, the most important ones for the sleep is, as you can see here, we have thalamus, we have the hypothalamus that is extremely important due to its oryxonergic projections. We have the pineal gland that is related to melatonin secretion or suppression, depending on the light amount that we do get during the day or during the night with the blue light from our screens. And also we have the suprachiasmatic nucleus, which is a very important structure, as well as the basal forebrain parts, which when we think about them, they're mostly related to perception of pleasure and motivation, although these parts are also very important for the sleep and wake regulation. And lastly, but not least, we have the brainstem. And this is two structures here that are very, very important. You can see they are marked here with a very, very fine grade and small markings. So we have the Raphe nucleus that is crucial for serotonergic metabolism, and also the locus coeruleus. And the locus coeruleus is also called like the blue bodies of our brain. These are super fine structures in the brainstem, and it also contains neuromelanin. And the structure is specifically important for sleep and also the pathology, because locus coeruleus is also the first area that is affected by Alzheimer's disease pathology by tau deposition. And also locus coeruleus is key for our wakefulness regulation because of the norepinephrine projections. And as you can see very nicely in this picture, all of these areas are very well connected. So that is a great example that wakefulness and sleep time is very well intertwined together. And when we think about one structure, we have to bear in mind that we have to look at how the structure behaves during the wake moments and how the structure behaves during the sleep time. And now just briefly, after mentioning those neuroanatomical substrates, I would like to relate some of them to the specific neurotransmitters that are involved in the regulation of the sleep-wake cycle. So in this table, you can see that we have specific neurotransmitters that are related to our wake promotion process. And on the other side, so here we have the sleep part. And even within the sleep part, we have a more fine subdivision between non-REM sleep. So this is the slow wave sleep and the sleep where during which our bodies are resting, our memory consolidation takes place, and also where memory, the brain cleansing is also occurring. And here we have the paradoxical sleep, the sleep stage where we have rapid eye movements and where we have our vivid dreams. So you can see that the wake promoting neurons, the wake promoting neurotransmitters are different from the slow wave sleep, non-REM sleep, although some of them are similar to the REM sleep, because as you may know, and as already mentioned, some of the features of REM sleep are quite akin and quite similar to the wake stage. But the most important ones for the sleep neurochemistry are the melatonin, which is whose precursor is serotonin. That's why serotonin is also here. Then we have a cortisol, who is our natural, as I'd like to say, like our natural body alarm clock, because cortisol actually wakes us up, and cortisol levels are at peak in the morning hours. So it basically brings us and jumps, let us jump from the bed. And melatonin, on the other hand, is our sleepy molecule that allows us to understand that it's time to unwind. And we also have orexin, that is, as already mentioned, comes from the hypothalamus neurons, and it's also very important because it serves as a switch between sleep stage and wake stage. And we know already from disorders that have impairment to the hypothalamus area, hypothalamus neurons, or those people who have autoimmune disease that actually targets orexin neurons as targets orexin neurons in a way that they cannot recognize that this is our body's important neuron, important part. So these people have disorders due to which they cannot maintain the balance between sleep and wake, and it can manifest clinically in people falling asleep all of a sudden during the day, because the switch is impaired that has the balance and tames the balance. And the other one is adenosine, which is basically a molecule that accumulates throughout the day in a more of a linear manner. And it is our fatigue molecule, as we also like to say. And when we talk about processes that govern sleep, so we also know that apart from these neuroanatomical parts and apart from the neurochemicals that are involved in the cycle regulation, we also have some external and internal factors. So when we talk about the external factors, we obviously think about the light and the temperature, as already also was mentioned. But also we have some other internal parts that are circadian rhythm, and which is circadian rhythm is like a 24-hour homeostatic balance, and every organ and every cell has a different and specific circadian pattern. And all these processes together actually are orchestrated by this conglomerate of S and C. So this is the theory that actually proposes the overarching mechanism of how we sleep and how sleep depends on the external factors and on the internal factors. So basically, there are two key processes. So as you can see in the upper part of the slide, you have the process S, and on the bottom side, you have process C. Also on the x-axis, you can see actually the daily cycle, so from the morning to the night, which helps us understand how these processes are related to the normal fluctuation of our rhythm. So process S is also known as the sleep homeostatic drive, the need to sleep, and it is related to the body's metabolic processes, which change actually that sleep threshold. And you can see here very nicely in this panel that the S process seems to accumulate throughout the day, throughout the activity, towards the night. And once we go to sleep, obviously this is like a perfect sleep time, but we do not go to sleep at 9 a.m. unfortunately. So this graph should be updated for the 2022 person kind of daily routine. So once we start to go to sleep, this sleep drive, the need to sleep, obviously begins to reduce. And on the other side, we can see the process C that resembles a little bit of a sinusoid form, but if we have any mathematicians in our audience, they will highly argue that this is not a perfect sinusoid shape. But basically, it is the process that is independent of the sleep-wake cycle, and it repeats itself constantly and circularly, and it depends on this circadian system that has this 24-hour clock. And only when these two processes work in harmony, in synchrony, we can have a perfect balance between the sleep and wake. So now I'm gonna dive deeper into the changes that are happening throughout the life when we sleep. So over a typical lifespan, I will mention the word typical here because now I'm talking just about the healthy and the normal lifespan and the normal trajectory and the normal development, because obviously we do have abnormalities, but that's a complete different topic and that requires a complete different lecture set. So over a typical lifespan, actually the amount of time we spend each night and at sleeping declines. And you can see this very well here represented in this graph. So on the x-axis, just to mention, we have the age range. So from the infancy to adulthood and very late ages of our life. And on the y-axis, we have the representation of an average daily sleep amount in hours. And we can see that in the infancy, infants require a lot of sleep. So that actually takes up almost 80 to 60% of their whole sleep-wake cycle. And you can see that the proportion of REM sleep, so the rapid eye movement sleep, to non-REM sleep is quite even in the first days and the first months. Although we can see that between the ages of 1 to 4 already, the total daily time sleep decreases to about 11 hours. And the non-REM sleep actually begins to increase and uptake the majority of the time. And along with many actually physiological alterations in normal aging, sleep patterns tend to change independent of other factors such as medical comorbidities or medications. And here you can see a sleep hypnogram that is divided into the childhood stage, into the early adulthood, so between the 18 and the 30, 25 years, and the old age. And you can see very drastic changes specifically between the childhood and the old age. You can see differences in sleep duration and sleep-wake cycle balance. Also a very important feature when we talk about the normal aging, the typical aging, the aging that we'll all go through, hopefully, is that there's going to be a ratio between sleep phases that will change. So we will have that the decrease in slow wave sleep. And it's a very, very normal feature when we become older. Also, we have a slight difference in falling asleep time. So as we age, so maybe not at this time of our lives, but as we can see at our parents' generation and our grandparents, we can see that they tend to switch their routine a little bit from when they were younger and then tend to go to sleep earlier in the evenings. Also, another very common thing is napping, that we all do that, and it's quite a interesting topic of debate in neuroscience and in sleep research specifically, because some experts do say that napping can be productive, and it is indeed true, but we have to bear in mind that there are specific time windows when nap can be beneficial, but it's like a double-edged sword that when we nap at a different time window, it can actually be very detrimental because it changes completely our sleep architecture and it pulls out of the balance our circadian rhythm. And that is what we actually see in the older age, that people tend to nap, they tend to snooze whilst they're watching a TV at night, and they already are in the first or the second phase of the sleep, and then they wake up suddenly, and then they go to bed, and already it becomes more difficult for them to fall asleep again and reach to the normal cycle. Another important feature, as you can also see from the hypnogram, in the old age, you can see more fragmentations. So you can see that people at older age tend to have more nocturnal awakenings. And this is a very important when we talk about the pathology, because as you know, already from the previous slides was mentioned that having a proper sleep cycle and actually getting to the deep sleep stages of slow wave sleep, where the sleep cleansing processes are taking place, is important for our brain's health. And due to the sleep fragmentation, we become awake, or elderly people become awake, and then it becomes them more difficult to come back into sleep. And actually, once we are awake, we cannot go to the last stage where we are. So basically, we cannot pick up where we were at, unfortunately, and we have to begin the whole cycle from the first slow wave stage, and then second, and then third, and only when then we go back to REM sleep. So these are the main crude sleep changes that are happening in the normal aging. But now let's talk a little bit about impairment and sleep impairment and how it is related to our functioning and what happens if this sleep-wake balance is disrupted. So here I actually created this circular figure, even though it is not that circular, but it's more of a vicious cycle of events. And obviously, due to the simplification reasons, I didn't include all the things that are linked to the impaired functioning and what specific substrates of our body are affected. But the main key features that are linked to the impaired sleep are associated with the feelings of fatigue, as already mentioned, sleep's role in the immune system. So if we do not get quality, not only quantity, but I have to understrike here quality sleep, and quality relates specifically to the cycling through all the sleep stages and sleeping enough in every sleep stage in order to get all the benefits of all the processes that are taking place in that stage. So if we do not have a quality and quantity sleep, our immune system gets impaired, and then it leads to impaired regenerative processes and recuperation processes. So our cells cannot rejuvenate, our metabolites cannot be replenished, and that leads in turn to the development of chronic illnesses, and that also leads to the development of cognitive decline. And this is like a constant circle, and we can add obviously more arrows and make this figure more complex. Although I just wanted here to highlight that impaired sleep not only affects our cognition, not only makes us feel fatigued or has a huge detrimental effect on our cognitive abilities like attentional span, our memory encoding processes, but also has more wide implications on our immune system functioning and the underlying mechanistic processes that are involved, such as BDNF factor production, neuroplasticity is impaired, and that all accumulates to lead to the production of the chronic illnesses. And when we talk about sleep disorders, we have to actually bear in mind that it's a very huge field. It's not just neurology, it's specific part of neurology that is called somnology that investigates sleep functioning and also sleep pathology. So according to experts, there are more than about 90 different types of sleep disorders, and sleep disorders are actually, as a broad definition, are these disorders that have symptoms in states of sleep and wakefulness changes. So we can have altered duration of sleep, we can have altered sleep quality, we have a different rhythm, or we have additional strange sensations during sleep, or even behavior outcomes during sleep. And in this slide, I just wanted you to briefly introduce to the international classification, which is based on Icsd Classification. And you can see that sleep disorders and sleep pathology, now I'm using the word pathology, can be grouped into these huge bins. So we have the insomnia, which is the most prevalent sleep disorder in the world. And according to some statistical prevalence, like 1 in 3 individuals at some point of their life experience insomnia. But then we have to bear in mind that when we're using insomnia, we have to be quite sensitive, because we have subtypes. We have a chronic insomnia disorder, and we have an acute or like a short-term insomnia disorder. And short-term insomnia can be a consequence of our traveling. For instance, we feel jet lagged, and then we cannot come back to our proper wake and sleep cycle. But then when we have chronic insomnia disorder, it obviously is more detrimental and needs more acute medical attention. And then we have another part of sleep disorders, and these are the sleep disorders related to sleep breathing. And here we have the central sleep apnea, we have the hyperventilation syndrome, and then we have the obstructive sleep apnea. The latter one is very, very important because it's actually quite a prevalent disorder, and specifically in elderly populations. That's why it's also a disorder of my interest. And I was doing some work on obstructive sleep apnea in mild cognitive impairment patients, so those that do not yet have full-blown Alzheimer's disease pathology, but they already have clinical symptoms of memory, although they do not yet interfere with daily functioning. And we found that actually obstructive sleep apnea, that was our finding mainly, was in alignment with other studies that show that obstructive sleep apnea increases the risk of developing Alzheimer's disease, but also that obstructive sleep apnea specific processes related to hypoxia, because during obstructive sleep apnea, we have moments when an individual stops breathing due to pathology related to the larynx. And due to that, obviously our brain is deprived of oxygen for that specific time, and thus cannot properly function. And we found that actually obstructive sleep apnea patients had a significant decrease in gray matter volumes in specific areas related to Alzheimer's disease pathology, as compared to those that did not have sleep disorders related breathing disorders. And also we have the central disorders of hypersomnolence. So we have such as narcolepsy, as already mentioned, that is related specifically to the orexin neurons, to hypothalamus impairment, and is a very interesting part to study. Also, we have parasomnias, and here we have two also distinctions. We have the parasomnias that are more related to the slow wave sleep, and we also have parasomnias that are related to the paradoxical sleep. And these parasomnias are also very common actually in younger population, in children, and to an extent it's quite normal to observe those in the children cohorts. And then we have the circadian rhythm sleep-wake disorders, and these are incredibly prominent in shift workers. And we also have the sleep-related movement disorders such as restless leg syndrome or periodic limbic movement disorder. And these disorders are also of high interest because they can serve as also hallmarks for specific neurodegenerative diseases such as Lewy body dementia or frontotemporal dementia that are characterized by the restless leg syndrome. And here, who actually allows us to diagnose this, apart from the polysomnography study, we like to say in our sleep research that the best biomarker, the best diagnostic tool when we talk about sleep disorders is actually a person's partner, so a bedtime partner. So the most informative reports we tend to get from them, and we include that into our analysis as well. So now let's go a step back into the non-diagnosable disorders, non-pathology per se, and let's talk about the common sleep phenomena that we all experience, and this is sleep deprivation. Here you can see quite a complex slide, which actually presents the results of this very famous group of Holtzman and colleagues who actually started the research in the area of sleep and how sleep is related to Alzheimer's disease and other pathologies and in normal aging. And on the slide, we can actually see how amyloid beta levels increase throughout the day. And they base these analyses on rodent models, and they use this technique of in vivo microdialysis in order to monitor hippocampal amyloid beta levels in wild mice and also in human APP transgenic protein mice, so those mice that resemble the human Alzheimer's disease profile. And they found actually very specific diurnal variation of amyloid beta levels in interstitial fluid. And they were significantly actually increased during the light period, as you can see, compared increased during the dark period, as you can see in this slide, compared to the light period. And what they also did, they also looked at how CSF amyloid beta behaves in human subjects. And what they found the exact similar pattern, and they found that the highest levels of amyloid beta actually are during the night, and then they slightly begin to decrease whilst we are sleeping, and then whilst we are awake, they begin to accumulate again. And now let's change gears slightly and move into full human study. And this is a very seminal work by Shori Kohori and colleagues that was actually done not that long ago, but it was one of the most important findings because despite the evidence that we do have on sleep deprivation studies, we can experiment on animals, on rat models and rodents. It's rather more difficult and perhaps not that ethical to do these experiments in human studies, although they were quite brave and they actually experimented precisely on healthy adults, on the student population, so very healthy with no pathology underlying, and they wanted to see how sleep deprivation affects specific levels of specific proteins in our brain that are related to neurodegeneration. So what they did, they used a very robust technique, positron emission tomography, and they showed that acute sleep deprivation after just one night, so we do not actually need like 10 nights of being sleep deprived, but only one night of sleep deprivation already leads to a significantly increased levels of amyloid beta in the brain. And what is of specific interest here is that this accumulation was specific to the regions that are affected by early AD pathology. So we have very nicely here the hippocampus, our seahorse structure noted here, and we can see that the accumulation is very well mapped here. And also it is strongly encompassing the thalamus structure. That is, as you know from the previous slides at the beginning of the presentation, the key structure in whole wake and sleep cycle, and is also related to AD pathology, but is affected later on in the disease progression. So just briefly to give an overview of what is Alzheimer's disease before presenting the studies on this area. So it's a neurodegenerative disorder, meaning that brain cells do die and degenerate, and parts of the brain due to that cannot function properly. And Alzheimer's disease is actually a part of this dementia, spectrum dementia umbrella term, but it's the most prevalent because it affects up to 60 to 80% of all the individuals that do have dementia. And it's important to know that symptoms do indeed include memory impairment, although it is not specific to memory, and it cannot be just called memory disorder in isolation, because as the disease progresses, we have other faculties of our cognition that are affected, such as attention, emotion, and we have anger outbursts, emotional rigidity manifestations, and also personality of those individuals at later stages of the disease seem to be very, very different. And when we are talking about the Alzheimer's disease, we have to bear in mind that there is actually no specific mechanism that is the only path that leads to the disease development. And it's rather a multifactorial disorder, but with the help of all the scientific knowledge, now we can actually understand certain pathways. We can understand how these pathways work in concert or in solitude and how they cause Alzheimer's disease. So actually, we also have several factors that can be linked with a risk of development of Alzheimer's disease. And this is from the Lancet report of 2020 on Alzheimer's disease and dementia prevalence and how certain factors are related. And as you can see, there are a lot of them lifestyle factors, and they're important because they affect the disease at different stages of our life. So
excuse me, Laura, sorry to interrupt you. So a few minutes are left because we're already in a coffee break. But
okay.
Your talk is so interesting, so I think we will continue listening to you.
I can just very quickly go through the next slides, if that's okay.
I would stay like forever, but
yeah, of course. Just yeah.
I think there will be questions for you. So if you
okay.
could finalize in a few minutes, it would
perfect.
be
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, my apologies. When I start talking about sleep, I just get really drawn into. So I'm just going to skip the most boring pathology slides of AD, and this is the Alzheimer's pathology and the diagnosing and the staging. But if you have any more specific questions specifically related to Alzheimer's pathology, please do reach out to me. But I'm sure I would like to move a little bit more into the factors that are related to AD and specifically why sleep is so important. Because as you can see from this graph that I compiled here, we have the non-modifiable risk factors that we cannot take care of, that they're not in our agencies: age, gender, and genetic factors. And then we do have the lifestyle factors, and the even modifiable factors, that are 12 of them, that we actually can control and we can take care of in order to prevent or delay the onset of Alzheimer's disease. And also there are some specific mechanisms that are related to the pathology. So we have, as I mentioned, cerebral hypoxemia, we have neuroinflammatory responses, we have iron dyshomeostasis and other metal dyshomeostasis, we have mitochondrial alterations, we have oxidative stress, and a huge list of others. So sleep and Alzheimer's disease. How does sleep relate to Alzheimer's disease? So it has actually long been known that sleep disruption appears to be a core component of Alzheimer's disease and its pathophysiology, and it's actually a very common symptom and comorbidity that is diagnosed concurrently with Alzheimer's disease. And signature abnormalities of sleep actually have been noticed to appear even before the clinical onset of Alzheimer's disease, and specifically insufficient sleep has been shown to facilitate accumulation of the amyloid beta protein, and also triggering earlier cognitive decline, memory disruption. And obviously, like, I would like to have told you more about the specifics, and but just briefly to mention that there are specific sleep stages that are involved in the Alzheimer's disease pathology that are related to sleep. And due to that, we can say that sleep can actually be a signature, a biomarker for diagnosing early Alzheimer's disease pathology. And this is why it is so important, because Alzheimer's disease is a spectrum. It's a continuum from the phase where we do not have any clinical symptoms, but already the first pathology creeps in. And these are the people that are cognitively unimpaired, but are at high risk. And on the other side of the spectrum, we do have those that have a full-blown Alzheimer's pathology, that have a perfect profile textbook material for Alzheimer's proteins like amyloid beta, tau. Then we have the neurodegeneration of hippocampus. Then we have the ventricles increase. And the important thing about sleep is that it's something that can be targeted early on in the disease progression. And if we monitor it properly and we diagnose the sleep disorders earlier, we can actually go into the depths and prevent perhaps the Alzheimer's disease. And there is now a lot of new studies looking into the use of sleep medication, and also how actually sleep affects the preclinical stages of Alzheimer's disease, which was what I wanted to share with you. It was a study that I did with my colleagues, and the aim of the study was to evaluate the associations between the sleep quality measures. We use the subjective sleep quality measures, the sleep questionnaire, which is also very widely used in the clinic. It's the Pittsburgh sleep quality instrument, and we looked how sleep, specific sleep microstructure elements are related to the indicators of Alzheimer's disease pathology. And we use cerebrospinal fluid for amyloid beta, for total tau and phosphorylated tau at 181. And this was actually a multi-center study, and it had a huge population of over 1,000 individuals that were cognitively unimpaired. So their MMSE score was in normal range. And also we performed a huge vast of neuropsychological assessments. So it's a very rich cohort to allow us to study the changes in sleep and relationship to Alzheimer's disease. So without further ado, quickly wrap up the study findings. So what we actually found is very important and is in alignment with previous studies, is that poor sleep quality was associated, which is marked by PSQI total of being higher than 5. Cutoff point was associated with higher levels of p-tau, phosphorylated tau, and total tau. And these are the markers of neurodegeneration specific to neurodegenerative disorders, but it is not, although specific to Alzheimer's disease with regards to CSF tau levels. And then we have the phosphorylated p-tau. It's very specific to Alzheimer's disease. And we can see that there is a shorter sleep duration. So sleeping less than 7 or more hours actually was related to an increase in p-tau levels as well. And the last highlight of the study was that actually higher degree of sleep disturbance. So actually we have to bear in mind that this is a subjective measure. This is a questionnaire-based evaluation of the sleep disturbance, but we saw that we had a decrease in CSF amyloid beta 42 levels. And this is a hallmark of AD pathology, although we couldn't have used CSF amyloid beta 42 and 40 ratio, which is a more sensitive biomarker, but at that time in this consortium, this was not available. So perhaps these neuroscientific studies look a little bit daunting and paint rather a bleak picture. And now we're all worried about our sleep because as we age, we know that we will have a disruption in sleep patterns. And at the same time, our risk for developing neurodegenerative diseases and specifically Alzheimer's disease increase. However, what I'd like you to take from this presentation as a take-home message is that sleep may not only be a risk factor, but can also be a protective mechanism. And unlike other processes, such as structural changes in the brain, gender, genetic variants like APP, presenilin 1, presenilin 2, like sleep can actually be modified, and it can help to reduce the risk if we actually take care of it at the proper time. And that's why I just want to highlight again that early diagnostics is the key for prevention of neurodegenerative diseases, because we have this period from normal cognition to MCI where we still do not have any clinical manifestations, although the pathology, as you can see, amyloid beta already starts to creep in. And this is the window where we have to target and we have to investigate how our lifestyle modifications, such as sleep, and how specifically sleep, so what specific mechanisms of sleep, whether to be slow wave sleep or whether is it paradoxical sleep, is related to inflammation, is related to specific astroglial responses, and how we can take that knowledge and help our patients and our future elderly generation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Laura. It was excellent talk. And unfortunately, we don't have time for questions. So you will have to come to Lithuania and meet our students here. And hope to see you really sometime soon in Kaunas. And for all our participants, I guess we will take like 5-minute break and we'll be late to start our next session by 5 minutes. But just grab your coffee and come back again to participate in the conference. So thank you once again, Laura, and wish you a nice day, all of our speakers and participants.
Thank you so much.
So see you soon again in 5 minutes.
Hello.
Yes, Raimonda, please.
I am ready already to start my session, but as I understand, we need to have 5 minutes break. Yeah, so
if you
I
don't
apologize.
Mind, I also apologize. It was so interesting. I didn't want to interfere. So
okay. So who is able, please join us as soon as possible. And perhaps I would like to ask our first presenter, Professor Purnima, to prepare for the presentation, because we are already waiting to hear another interesting talk. So see you soon. Thank you. So I would like to say hello for those who perhaps only now joined our session. I am Yumona, moderator of this part of the conference. And as the previous presentation ran off time a bit, but I believe that it was really very interesting for all participants, we will start a bit later. But as I said, I simply would like to invite already dear Professor Purnima Awasthi. If you hear me, please already you can prepare and to share your slides if you show some.
So good afternoon, Junona and everyone. Yeah, I'm going to just share my slides.
We hear you.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And I think it's the connect. There's a problem with the connectivity, but it will take few seconds. And
okay. I think most participants are interested with their coffee, so it's not so bad.
are you able to see my PPT? Hello?
Not yet. And now we can see it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, we can see it already. Thank you. Maybe you can also use the presenting mode.
Sorry?
I think that it is better to use the presenting mode, if you could, please, meaning to show that only slide, the first, not all slides. Yeah, okay, you can use this, yeah. Slideshow, and from, well, okay, fine. So perhaps I think that we can start already. Thank you for participate. I am really very glad to invite everyone to listen to Professor Purnima Awasthi from Banaras Hindu University, India, and to listen to the presentation about treatment seeking and treatment decision-making behaviors in a culturally changing community. I would like to say that I am going to follow the rules of our conference, and when I see that someone is already running of time, I will show you such speed up. Maybe, yeah, it sounds crazy. Maybe I will better show some sign, maybe this one, yeah? So you will understand that perhaps you have only 5 minutes left, and of course it is good if we could have some kind of discussion at the end. So this sign will mean that, yeah, you may already go to your conclusions. Okay, so let's listen to Dr. Purnima.
Thank you, Janana, and thanks to the LSMU for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share our research findings with you. And really, it's great to attend the wonderful conference, Psychology Science for Health. My study entitled Treatment Seeking and Treatment Decision Making Behavior in Culturally Changing Kharwar Adivasi means Aboriginal community. Actually, this is a part of our research project, and this paper we are dealing with the treatment seeking and treatment decision making behaviors of Aboriginal Kharwar Adivasi community residing in remote villages of Chandauli district of Uttar Pradesh. As we know that tribals constitute one of the weaker section of Indian society and represent about 8.6% of the entire population of India. I'm not going to present the entire research studies that represent empirical as well as the theoretical findings because of the crisis of the time. And we know that cultural features of the Aboriginals where they reside have been considered the main barriers to their development in the domain of health and education. And the traditional culture is primarily regarded as the target of all changes programs, including those of health. Research reveals that psychosocial and cultural factors are involved in all stages of health and illness, ranging from those behaviors that keep people healthy to those that produce long-term and debilitating diseases. Being a part of the particular socio-cultural embedding, people learn and formulate the concept of health and illness, as well as its treatment through the process of socialization, and they acquire knowledge about various health problems and develop beliefs about their causes, controllability, outcomes, etc. The notion of health in one socio-cultural embedding may not be understood in the same manner as in another. Similarly, the pattern of health-seeking and treatment decision-making behaviors may differ among the communities. Researchers have emphasized the importance of viewing health in a given socio-cultural or cultural embeddings or cultural context, we can say. So research in the field of health psychology needs to focus on local cultural context and community conceptions, as well as health, illness beliefs, and health behavior of individual. The present study is a part of research program that was sponsored by Indian Council of Social Science Research, Government of India, New Delhi. And this program was executed with a Kharwar group cultural community living in the Navgarh region of eastern Uttar Pradesh, India. The project explored the problems of health, knowledge of diseases, health beliefs, and customary health practices, and cultural and psychological features of Kharwar. Our field study of Kharwar villages reveals that primary health centers have not succeeded in educating and motivating people to engage in appropriate health behavior. And this situation calls for the change through which the relationship between health service providers and health service seekers can be enhanced. The issue of the relationship between primary health centers and rural communities has been brought out in another study, but no systematic research has been done. In the present study, treatment seeking, treatment decision-making behavior, and health outcomes of Kharwars have been assessed on their socio-cultural basis of health management systems. The study is exploratory, hence no hypotheses have been advanced. The first objective was to examine the nature of socio-cultural and psychological features of men and women Kharwar groups. And socio-cultural features consisted of age, education, and contact acculturation, or we can say the acculturation and affluence, and the psychological features covers the treatment seeking and treatment decision making behavior, as well as the health expected health outcomes of those Kharwar men and women. And in this study, we have also assessed the relationship of age education, acculturation, and affluence with the treatment seeking behavior, treatment decision making behavior, and health outcomes in men and women Kharwar groups. And we have also examined how age, education, acculturation, and affluence predict treatment seeking and treatment decision making behavior, as well as health outcomes of men and women Kharwar group. The study, which is a part of a larger research program, was carried out in 20 villages of Navgarh block of Chandolik district of Uttar Pradesh, with a sample of 450 males and females Kharwar, 20 to 65 years of age. Approximately 12 males and 12 females were randomly selected from each village, and the study involved 3 groups of male and female participants belonging to 3 age groups, called young, middle, and old age groups, respectively. A stratified random sampling procedure was adopted in selecting the participant. And the assessment was based on participants' age, education, educational experience, affluence, contact acculturation, treatment seeking, treatment decision making, and behavior. And the behavior was concerning certain selected health problems, such as they suffer from diarrhea, jaundice, malaria, pneumonia, and eczema. And the number of the males and females participants included under each health problems were equal. So similarly, 15 males and 15 females represented each age group of the participant. So this was the basic sample distribution. But in this study, we have just tried to take the overall feature of sociocultural and psychological factors with respect to these Kharwar groups. Sorry. Navgarh block is spread over an area of approximately 211 square kilometer, of which almost 65% is covered with forest. The Kharwar people living in this area largely pursue a forest-based economy. They also engage in rudimentary agriculture, cattle rearing, and small trades. Excuse me, just I would take a they engage in rudimentary agriculture activities, cattle rearing, and small trades. And according to 2011 census, the tribal population of Navgarh block, which is spreading over 111 villages, was approximately 75,000, of which about 52% belong to scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. The scheduled tribes group is largely represented by the Kharwar. And we can see by the different pics that their houses have mud walls and tiled roofs with enough space in store agricultural products. They have a community panchayat, like community court, and they have a village pradhan, head of the that court, and a bhaga, that is a priest. And bhaga occupies a prominent place in their life. Prior to the cultivation of land and harvest, he propitiates the local deities. He also determines the auspicious days for initiating a number of activities. You can see their home and their how they also live along with their cattle. Sometimes they also take their cattle inside the home when the weather is very harsh, and this is their houses, or we can say the huts, that is made of the mud and the clays. And this is the door they decorate during the festival season, like Diwali and Dashera. And this is the traditional rice cleaner kind of practices that women generally have to do when they clean the rice. And this is the grain storage where they store their food or their grains. And this is the traditional clay oven. Though government of India, they have distributed gas and cylinders, but you just see how they have put these gas on the just shelf inside their hut. And then this is also, it can be seen that they have kept the gas stove in the storeroom like that. And this is the makeup store where women of that villages they visit, and just to have some to give them some glamorous look while we have to attend some programs. And this is the impact of the contact acculturation. And this government is providing them electricity for more than 12 hours. And the way they just decorate their home, and they have displayed lampshade and some paintings on their walls. And this is the interactive patterns. And there is also such kind of very small grocery shop where they brought some goods from the market that is away from the villages. Sometimes it is some villages are away for 15 to 20 kilometers, some are away from 90 kilometers, like that, spread in a huge area. And this is a plastic water tank provided by the government of this government, and they also store water. And this is the livestock, how they are just rearing them, and sometimes they are also taking them to their home, and the way they reside in their houses. And this is the electric connection in the village, and also a hand pump is also there, installed by the government. And since there are very limited irrigation facilities in the region, and the Navgarh area grow mainly rainy season crops, and these are often damaged by wild animal roaming around. So hence, guarding the crop against wild animal is a round-the-clock activity of the Kharwar people, especially the males. The agricultural ill can feed the families hardly for 3 to 4 months. For the rest of the year, they have to depend largely on the forest resources. And the whole Navgarh region suffers from the scarcity of drinking water. About a decade ago, the villages during the summer had to depend mainly on chawl, that is the seepage water. In recent years, hand pumps have been installed in most of the villages, but in the absence of the proper care, however, they often do not work and force people to depend on the natural water resource, and which appears to be the major causes of diarrhea and other illnesses for the people even today. And medical facilities are rarely available to people in the whole region. Even today, one has to walk or ride a bicycle about 10 to 20 kilometers to find a doctor. Many delivery deaths are reported in transit between the village and hospital. So field observations of the people's health behavior reveal that for the first few days, they observe the progress of the disease. A common belief is that poison accumulated in one's body due to several reasons come out in the form of disease. If the illness does not go away, people consult a local bhaga, that is called priest, who tells what type of worship has to be performed and which god is to be appeased. Then traditional healers are consulted. Doctors are consulted at the last stage when the patient is completely taken over by the diseases. Because of the unavailability of the doctor, we can say, and a number of changes in these practices are taking place nowadays. The new generation seems to favor the allopathic or English medicinal system more than the older generation. And we have, in this study, we have used the following tools. We have used personal biographical schedule, through which we have assessed their sex, their age, education, and affluence. Affluence was assessed by adding the data that we have obtained from their income and living standard and their family background, years of schooling, like that. And we have developed a measure that is the treatment decision making measure, and that consisted of 20 items related to decisional conflict and defensive avoidance treatment decision-making behavior extracted from the factor analysis. And another measure was the treatment-seeking behavior measure, in which we have asked where they would go when confronted with the illness. And the overall measure consisted 5 items representing 2 categories of treatment seeking, such as clinical care and folk healing, and health outcome measure that assess the pain, hope, and severity of the illness. We have also used contact. Hello? Is there some problem? Another scale that we have used is the contact acculturation scale that was developed by Mishra Sinha and John Berry, and used for measuring the degree of change in the life of Adivasi peoples as a result of their contact with the outside world. The scale consisted of number of indices such as context, such as indices of context such as knowledge of English and other languages, ownership of people, utensils, ornament, furnitures, dressing styles, means of livelihood, use of technology, travel experience, and exposure to movie. So we have analyzed the data by using mean SDN-T ratio, and this is the feature of the socio-cultural measures that we have obtained. And we see we have found that men were more educated, more affluent, and more acculturated as compared to female, and they did not differ on the age measure. And we can see while we observe the treatment seeking behavior of these men and women Kharwar, and we can say that men and women performed folk healing and clinical healing, but compared to men, women displayed a stronger preference for folk healing. Men and women's treatment preference did not differ for the clinical care, but men displayed a stronger preference for the same than the women. And this is the another psychological measure with respect to the treatment decision making. We have found that men and women's group did not differ significantly on those factors related to treatment decision. But however, we have seen that males, they have suffered greater level of suffered from the greater level of decisional conflict, and female, they have used greater defensive avoidance technique. And this is the health outcomes of these two groups. And female, they have perceived greater pain, but the finding is strange that they have also having greater hope for the better outcomes of the illness, and as compared to men. On the severity dimension, they have reported the same level of severity of their illness. And so before presenting the outcomes of the correlation, just let me tell you about the coding of the data. And for gender, men were scored 1 and women were scored 2. So positive correlation would suggest that the women obtained a higher score. Age and education were obtained in terms of the number of years, and affluence was measured by the composite scores of monthly income and living standard of people. So here we see that women, they have shown their less preference towards clinical care as compared to male, or by the but the difference was not significant. And men and women both preferred folk healing, and men and women both experienced pain, and but they were hopeful for the disease. With respect to the age, older people, they have less preferred the clinical care, but they have given greater preference for the folk healing, and they also preferred or used greater level of defensive avoidant treatment decision making. They suffered for greater hope, greater pain, and they have less hope for the better outcome of from the illness. Greater educated people, those having the greater level of educational experiences, they have preferred clinical care and as compared to older, as compared to the people, those who are having less level of education or uneducated people. And educated people also preferred less, they have given their less preference to the folk healing, and but they suffered from the decisional conflict. And educated people also, they have employed less defensive avoidant treatment strategies, felt less pain and severity of the illness, and greater hope for the better outcomes. Those who were affluent, they preferred clinical care. They have less preference for the folk healing, and also they were less defensive avoidant regarding their treatment decisions. And also the contact acculturation measure, we can see that those who are having the greater level of acculturation, they prefer clinical care as compared to folk healing, and rest of the also data that is presented here. So multiple regression analysis was carried out for all the men and women. We had information of 5 variables of contextual nature. These included age, gender, education, affluence, and contact acculturation. And these were used as predictors of the treatment seeking, treatment decision behavior, and health outcomes. Stepwise regression analysis was done, as it was difficult to specify the hierarchy of the variables in terms of their potential influence on all the measures. The outcomes of regression analysis was presented in terms of beta weights. It is here, and better if I explain it like that. So we can say that contact acculturation.
I'm being unpolite, but I would like to ask you already to go to your conclusions, because we are out of time already.
Okay, sure. So just I would, we can see that effect of acculturative influence is evident in men group. That may be because of the education of tribal development and welfare schemes that has been introduced by the government, and that might have brought several changes in the lives of Adivasi people. Christian missionary, and they also provided Adivasi people with the model of change in the form of church organization, Western education system, and inculcation of Western values, and also maybe because of the different welfare programs initiated by governmental and non-governmental agencies. But we have seen that women were not able to gain the benefits of such programs because they are primarily caretaker of the family. In addition, most women in that area work as a daily laborers, where they engage in cleaning the ponds, deepening the ponds, putting up the boundary, and making roads under the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act scheme. They also work in fields where they part in sowing the seeds, labeling the field. So men go to the nearby town and have contact with the people. They also visit cities for the jobs, but women, they generally don't leave their places. And we see that both the group, they have shown the preference for clinical as well as the folk healing. And we can say that both kind of treatment seeking behavior coexist in their socio-cultural embeddings, and which shows their preference to keep both, and folk healing of their own culture along with the clinical care that has reached in their community due to contact with the outside world of their community. And among other programs, health programs along with the introduction of modern medicines have earned popularity, particularly in the less isolated villages. And switch to the modern medicinal system for healthcare was also evident. In this process of social and cultural changes, a traditional institution of society often change. So there is also need to strengthen the folk medicinal system among such communities, because these can provide people with the viable and readily available options for healthcare in their immediate surroundings without dependence on others. Although Indian Medical Council Act officially recognized the traditional systems such as Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, and official components of national healthcare, but ignores the folk healing health system that are practiced by indigenous people for ages. Contact acculturation made a significant contribution to all the measures except for the folk healing. It has created a positive impact on health of the Kharwar. So Adivasi population have been exposed to the outside world through contact with other cultural groups, and many government initiated activities in their regions. More acculturated people generally have greater inherent trust in clinical care. They prefer to access institution offering clinical care, which reduces the conflicts related to treatment decision making. Here, a very interesting finding is that education played a significant role in reducing the treatment concerning folk healing and defensive avoidance treatment decision making, but greater educational experience has been found to be associated with more decisional conflict. So as people gain more educational experiences, they tend to tilt towards the model healthcare facilities. However, due to the lack of availability of doctors in remote villages, they are often unable to approach the doctors for the treatment. They are compelled to visit the local healers, which give rise to a conflict between beliefs and available facilities. And affluence, we know that there is a need to give some kind of financial or tangible support to such kind of people though reside in the such remote village areas. It seems that with the greater contact acculturation and educational experiences, Kharwar may see greater clinical care, and because the educational experiences were very less in our study, and those who, if they are given proper education, educational experiences, it would going to reduce their conflict and avoidance related to treatment decision making and enhance their positive health outcomes. And Kharwars with relatively older age resorted to lesser clinical care, greater folk healings, and made defensive avoided treatment decision making. Professionals may use these findings in helping Kharwars to view their illness as manageable. Specific health intervention programs can be developed to help them learn the value of clinical care and treatment decision making for enhancing positive health outcomes even in the old age.
Okay.
Since
Thank
with
you.
folk
I think
healing,
that I need to stop you. I'm really very sorry, but I think that our listeners will come for their lunch if we don't stop. So I'm really very sorry, but I would like already to ask our next presenter, and I also would like to ask those who listened and who are interested to write directly to our dear Professor Purnima and to ask her in a chat. I think that it is really very interesting topic about cultural differences, about how culture influence healthcare attitudes. So thank you so much for taking us to India. But now I need already to ask Evgeny Razgulin to present his paper on physical activity and its association with international students' mental health, well-being, and socio-cultural adjustment. So, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your time. Dear Professor Purnima, maybe you can stop sharing your very good presentation. And I would like just to emphasize that after this conference, we will have networking session. So I guess we can continue our discussions and with questions also during this time. And can you see my presentation now? I'm okay. So hello everyone. Once again, I'm Evgeny Razgulin. I'm a PhD student and a psychologist. Also, I'm working as the head of International Partnership Division. And my colleague Yunon already has mentioned the topic of presentation. I will shortly introduce it. So regular physical activity is one of the most cost-effective phases of for lower stress, well-being, and healthier lifestyle. And unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic affected physical activity level among university students, including moderate and vigorous exercise. For instance, physical activity among Chinese students during the pandemic decreased by twice almost. Physical activity is a behavior that not only may interact with better physical and mental health, but also might play a role in socializing. And the research argues that participation in sports or physical activity can increase an understanding and respect for cultural diversity, as well as influence the formation of cross-cultural friendship and adaptation to university. Researchers have conducted limited research on the consequences of reduced participation in physical activity during the COVID-19 pandemic, and a special focus should be placed on the holistic benefits physical activity may facilitate on students' mental health, well-being, and social cultural adjustment. So the aim of the study was to assess physical activity and its associations with social-cultural adjustment, well-being, and mental health indicators of international students during COVID-19 pandemic. And also we had the focus on the differences in among men and women. Shortly about the methods. In total, 175 second-year international students participated in this study. 2 university students participated here. 44% of men participated and more than 55, almost 56% were women. You can see that the age were approximately 23 years old. The study was conducted from October 2020 to June 2021, and permission was obtained from the Kaunas Regional Ethics Committee for Biometric Research. Spearman's correlation coefficient was used to measure associations between the variables. Here you can see some sample characteristics. Study program, so majority of students were from medicine, odontology, health sciences, and few students were from engineering study programs. And once again, a big number of students came from European countries, and Israel, India, Southeast India, Arab countries, and few students came from post-Soviet countries, except European Economic Area countries. Physical activity was measured with 2 questions about how often students were vigorously or moderately physically active for at least 60 minutes per day recently. Sociocultural adjustment was measured with sociocultural adaptation scale. Level of depressiveness was measured with Center for Epidemiological Studies Depression Scale revised. The risk of general anxiety disorder was measured with GAD-7. Current well-being with WHO 5 well-being index, and students' health status with 1 self-rated health question, and subjective health complaints were measured with HBSC symptom checklist. Here we can see some results of the studies. So as we can see, approximately half of the students were sufficiently moderately active, and approximately 2/3 of the students were sufficiently vigorously active. When we were asking about moderate activity, the recommendation is that students would be active at least 3 times per week. And when we were talking about vigorous activity, then it was 1 time a week enough for being sufficiently active. Here we can see the differences among men and women. And if we're looking at moderate physical activity, women and men are quite equal in that kind of activity. But when we are looking into vigorous physical activity, then we can see that there is quite strong tendency, although not statistically significant, that men are more active compared with women. And here are some results and some numbers about mental health of international students. of second year. So as we can see, more than half of students have high well-being, although little bit less than half have poor well-being. When we're talking about anxiety, so almost 2/3 of second-year international students in Kaunas and Lithuania, they have low anxiety, but approximately 20% of the students have moderate and 70% of the students have severe anxiety level. And when we are talking about depressiveness, interestingly, almost two-thirds of the students of the second year during COVID had symptoms of depression. Here we can see the differences between women among men and women, and we can see that men had higher social cultural adjustment, less symptoms of depression, lower level of anxiety, higher well-being, and had less health complaints compared with women, and only in subjective health there was no significant statistical significance noticed. And when we are talking about correlations, so we can see that in total sample, when we are talking about moderate physical activity, it has associations with social cultural adjustment. When we're talking about vigorous physical activity, it also have associations with social cultural adjustment, but also with depression, well-being, subjective health, and psychosomatic symptoms. So a person who is more vigorously physical active, he has better social cultural adjustment, less symptoms of depression, better subjective health and well-being, and less psychosomatic symptoms. When we look into groups, so among men, once again, social cultural adjustment is associated with moderate physical activity and vice versa. And vigorous physical activity was associated with depression, well-being, and subjective health. In group of women, among women, moderate physical activity once again was associated with social cultural adjustment, and vigorous physical activity was associated with social cultural adjustment and subjective health. So mental health problems are quite common among international students. As we could see, more than 2/3 of students had depression, the symptoms of depression. More than 1/3 met criteria for moderate or severe anxiety, and 46% of those students had poor well-being. Also, we could see that international students who were more physically active, moderately and vigorously, were better adapting to the host cultures. That's interesting and quite new result. Students who were more vigorously physically active had better well-being and fewer symptoms of depression and fewer psychosomatic symptoms. We also had better subjective health. Physical activity did not show any significant correlation with anxiety, however. And here are some practical implications of the high prevalence of mental health problems among second-year international students during the COVID-19 pandemic should be taken into consideration by the university's authorities and professionals, and sufficient support and help should be provided. As physical activity has been proven to associate with mental health and social cultural adjustment, it can be considered as a complementary intervention to promote mental health, well-being, and more successful social cultural adjustment among international students. And there is a need to facilitate international students to become more physically active, both on vigorous and moderate level. As we can see, physical activity helps not only to improve, or from this research, it's not clear maybe, but it has quite strong associations not only with mental health, but also with social cultural adjustment of the international students.
Thank you, Evgeny. And I would like to invite to ask questions, as we have enough time for short discussion. You may raise your hand or simply to speak if no one does that, or to write into our chat. Okay, before anyone asks, I would like to ask you, did you somehow communicate these findings to students themselves?
Yes. So as I'm working as a psychologist, as I was working as a psychologist, every year we were doing twice per year meetings with students, and we were talking about mental health and how to improve their mental health. So we also give some ideas about what the level of mental health are among the of problems international students have, and what recommendations could be for them, how we can improve it, and where we can get help when it's needed. Yonana, we cannot hear you.
Sorry, and I see that there are some questions in our chat. So Akrita asks, could you please explain shortly difference between well-being and mental health? She says, maybe I missed it, but yeah, what could you see?
So when we were talking about mental health in general, we were talking about depression, about anxiety mostly, and about psychosomatic complaints. And when we were talking about well-being, it was more in general, and it took like over all state of student, let's say. So it's a little bit broader. Broader than just separate symptoms, but associations between well-being and depressiveness was also noticed by the authors. So if a person have very poor well-being, there is a need to make some deeper examination of a person and to look, maybe he has some other problems in mental health, physical health, or the others. So shortly.
Okay, thank you. And we have another one question from Maria Fernanda. What kind of initiatives can be built for students to get involved in socializing through sports and mitigating their fear to participate?
Okay, very good question. Thank you. So first of all, as we're doing at our university, but maybe not on enough scale, it's promoting of different activities which students can do at the university for free. Also, we have a lot of possibilities during summertime, spring or autumn time to do activities outside, and even walking and climbing the stairs, for example, can be very beneficial. So maybe instead of taking trolleybus, we can walk for half an hour. And also, as I said, we can do a lot of activities outside. So maybe, for example, university can also teach students what activities, what exercises we can do outside, how to use the equipment which we can find in the parks. So there could be those kind of activities. And also during the introductional courses, we're also teaching during the psychology courses, we're teaching that physical activity is very important and beneficial for mental health. So to take care, not only about our, I know, eating habits, sleeping habits, but also about our physical activity. It's very important. Shortly.
Okay, thank you. And I have also an idea about organizational level. Maybe you have communicated these findings to administrative staff of our university in order to make some arrangements on organizational level.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for the question once again. Those study results are quite new and quite surprising. because we were surprised that also on social cultural adjustment, it has a lot of associations with that, let's say strong associations. So we still discuss with my supervisor those results, and for sure we will discuss with university, for example, authorities, how we could implement it. And I guess we might talk with sports center of university and have more ideas. One of the co-author of the article which we did with the study is working in the sports center. So I guess together we can make some ideas how to implement those results and those recommendations into life. But I guess it will come a little bit later, as it is quite new results, still fresh.
Okay. Thank you for such inspiring presentation, and I think it's really a very good idea to develop relationship with our university sports center. So as we do not have any more questions, I think that we can go to another presentation. It is also associated with physical activity. I invite Aušrinė Virketytė to present her and Professor Kastytis Šmigelskas paper about potential association between physical activity and prospective memory.
Hello, everyone. I hope you see me and hear me well. And I hope that you can see my slides too. Okay, so as presented, I will talk about potential association between physical activity and prospective memory. And this research was made for a bachelor's thesis, and I'm glad to have an opportunity to present it here. So without further wait, I will start my presentation. Physical activity can be defined as any bodily movement produced by skeletal muscles that requires energy expenditure. It provides benefits for various mental and cognitive health outcomes, including changes in working or episodic memory. But less are known about the relationship between physical activity and prospective memory. So prospective memory is a form of memory for remembering future actions. It defines the ability to plan, maintain, and reproduce planned intentions. Remembering to send a message to a friend or taking medication could be a few common everyday examples of this memory. And prospective memory is important in everyday life because it allows people to structure their time and be independent. It might affect their reputation and self-esteem. Moreover, professional activities can be disrupted, or serious threats to person's physical well-being might be imposed if constant mistakes occur. However, prospective memory mistakes in daily life may be one of the most common, as some researchers show, and it also tends to decline with age. Therefore, it is worth to assess if physical activity could be one of the strategies that would benefit prospective memory. And according to Laprinzi and others, in theory, regular exercise behavior may help to facilitate prospective memory via shared pathways. For example, prospective memory may be influenced by emotional states and equivalence, and exercise is associated with mood state and emotional memory. Further, exercise may reduce depression-related rumination, which theoretically may predispose an individual to be less aware of a prospective memory cue. Additionally, intentions are core constructs influencing both prospective memory and exercise. And similarly, controlled cognitive processes, executive function-related processes, moderate the relationship between behavioral intention and engagement in exercise and sedentary behavior. Further, similar to the critical role that working memory and other executive functions play in subserving prospective memory, research demonstrates that these executive functions also substantively influence and can be influenced by exercise behavior. Exercise has also been shown to stimulate neuronal activity in brain areas, for example, prefrontal cortex, parietal lobe, or cerebellum, which are known to influence prospective memory. And taken together, there is plausible evidence to suggest that exercise may favorably influence prospective memory. But the research on physical activities and prospective memories association is still scarce, and only a relatively small number of studies have been made, and they consisted exclusively of young adult subjects. Only one study of these showed a positive effect of resistance exercises on prospective memory compared to aerobic exercise and usual control conditions that are sitting. Therefore, the purpose of this study was to determine the relationship between physical activity and prospective memory of different age subjects. And 3 objectives have been set to achieve this goal. So the first one, to determine the physical activity of the subjects, then to evaluate the prospective memory of the subjects, and lastly, to evaluate the relationship between physical activity and prospective memory. So you can see the characteristics of the sample in the table on your right. A total of 64 Lithuanian people participated in the study, most of which are women and people with higher education. The survey was conducted remotely from January to February 2021 using the Zoom software with turned on cameras. And physical activity was assessed using the International Physical Activity Questionnaires long form. It is designed to measure the last 7 days of physical activity at work, moving from one place to another, doing household chores, and engaging in leisure, recreation, or sports activities. The questionnaire is reliable and can be used for research purposes with correlation coefficient for test-retest reliability I'm sorry, of about 0.8 in most countries. And prospective and retrospective memory questionnaire and 4 additional tasks developed by the author were used to assess prospective memory. And 4 tasks that measure long-term and short-term, event-based and time-based prospective memory were developed for this research based on Radford and others, the Royal Prince Alfred Prospective Memory Test. And the prospective memory subscale of prospective and retrospective memory questionnaire evaluates daily prospective memory errors. Participants had to answer to 8 self-administered questions out of 16 questions in the whole questionnaire. And talking about the course of the study, initially subjects were provided with instructions for 2 short-term prospective memory tasks and asked to remember to complete them during the study. And they sounded like this: when 11 minutes will pass by from this moment, tell me what you like to do the most in your spare time. And after you fill up the questionnaires, tell me your favorite time of the year. And the first task is short-term time-based, and the second one is short-term event-based. And then the daily tasks were performed, and questionnaires, including International Physical Activity Questionnaire and Prospective and Retrospective Memory Questionnaire, were completed. Finally, 2 long-term prospective memory tasks were presented, which the subjects were asked to reproduce after the study, and these tasks were presented like this: after the dinner tonight, write me your favorite sport in a message, and after a week, write me a message about what is the weather like that day. In this case, the first task is long-term event-based, and the second one is long-term time-based. And the data were analyzed with SPSS statistics software. The level of statistical significance was set at less than 0.05, and the level of tendency less than 0.10. The univariate and bivariate methods were applied, which included various statistical criteria. And to find the relationship between physical activity and prospective memory, Mann-Whitney statistical test was used. And here you can see the first results. So majority of participants in this study showed high levels of physical activity, and it equals 65.6% of all subjects. And since only a small proportion of participants had low and medium levels of physical activity, in the further analysis, they were grouped together and accounted for 34.4% of all subjects. And there were no statistically significant differences of physical activity among participants when comparing them by socio-demographic variables. And in this chart, he shows the percentage distribution of subjects based on the total score of the 4 prospective memory tasks. And more than half of the subjects scored maximum 12 points, and a maximum of 6 points could have been scored in each prospective memory task category. But short-term and event-based prospective memory tasks were performed better than long-term and time-based tasks when comparing categories by the number of people who scored maximum in each category. And the mean of the prospective and retrospective memory questionnaires prospective subscale is 17.8 on a scale from 8 to 40 points, where smaller rating means better prospective memory. And while comparing prospective memory by socio-demographic indicators, there was found a tendency that respondents with a university degree might make slightly fewer prospective memory mistakes than other respondents. This is shown by lower mean ranks. And there were no other statistically significant relationships between prospective memory and socio-demographic variables. And this table shows the main results of this study. So no statistically significant differences in prospective memory by physical activity levels were found, as you can see from the insignificant p-values. And I will discuss the main results of this study. So prospective memory was not associated with daily physical activity, and this complements the results of previous studies, which did not find jogging or walking interventions effective. The results might be insignificant because of a small sample size, which also did not include older adults. And similarly, other studies have suggested that the sample of older adults would be more sensitive to exercise-induced prospective memory changes. Also, the invitation to the study about physical activity might have led to involvement of highly physically active people, which did not allow to compare results between very active people and relatively passive ones. And there's not much that I can say about practical implementations that the study could offer. Results from this and most of earlier studies of other authors were statistically insignificant, and therefore it might be too early to suggest performing more physical activity if there seem to be any problems with prospective memory. But there are some things, some reflections that could be useful in future studies. And I believe that it is worth to consider the features of physical activity because it might have some impact on prospective memory. It is unknown what sports, their duration, intensity, modality, pattern, or other characteristics could benefit prospective or other types of memory the most. Also, more objective methods should be taken into thought when designing a similar study. For example, daily physical activity could be measured with pedometers, and prospective memory with tasks performed in specialized computer programs. And from other point of view, it could be important to find out whether physical activity could have some adverse effects on memory. For example, could too intense or too much of physical activity cause fatigue or stress, and in that way exploit the same energy that would be necessary for cognitive functions? And again, it encourages to wonder how important the characteristics of physical activity might be. And to sum up, after evaluating the physical activity of the subjects, it was found that 65.6% were highly physically active, and physical activity was not related to any social or demographic indicators. 51.6% of the subjects achieved the best possible performance of prospective memory in its 4 tasks, and there was a trend that short-term and event-based prospective memory tasks were performed better than long-term and time-based tasks. The evaluation of prospective memory errors showed the mean of 17.8 points on a scale of 4 to 40 points. 8 to 40 points, and prospective memory was not related to most social and demographic indicators, but there was a tendency that people with higher university education do less prospective memory errors than other respondents. And daily physical activity, unfortunately, was not associated with prospective memory or its different types in the study. And the main thought that I would like to highlight from this presentation and this study is that the field of possible association between physical activity and prospective memory or even other cognitive functions could be studied more because there are many interesting unanswered questions, and I believe that physical activity holds promising possibilities in many areas of human health. After all, humans were active since the beginning of time, and we evolved in a way that we can only be healthy if we move. So I want to thank everybody for your attention and wish you all to be active, healthy, and curious about what is important.
Thank you very much, Aušrinė. And maybe some of you would like to ask. You may ask orally or to write into the chat. And before we get any more questions, I would like to ask, maybe I have missed, but I think that the very procedure of your research was quite interesting, especially that perhaps it took place during the pandemic. So what were your experiences about all that?
Thank you for the question. It is really interesting. So actually, this research should have been an experiment, should have been performed live, and the participants in that way would be running. I expected them to be running and to do that in an actual intervention, but the design was changed because of the pandemic, and my experience is actually really good because people were really, really kind, really wanted to participate in the study, and I communicated with a lot of people. It was maybe hard because still the contact isn't the same as it would be when you talk lively to a person, but in overall the experience was actually quite okay. Yeah. I hope that I answered.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. And do you think it is possible somehow to arrange the experiment in future? Maybe you have some suggestions or ideas about that.
Actually, I think it is really possible. It is not difficult to invite people to participate in studies like this, but maybe there is a problem that when you invite people to participate in a study about physical activity, the people who are more physically active usually answer more frequently. So the results might be a little bit biased. And about some suggestions, I don't know, maybe just don't mention the physical activity so obviously. Just maybe talk about an experience where people can find something about themselves, know something about themselves, but I don't know, actually I don't have any ideas at this moment more, but I can think about some more and maybe write in the comments if I come to some mind.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Perhaps I will invite our next presenter, Monika Zarembaitė, who is presenting her and Kastytis Šmigelskas paper related to online learning at university, as we already started talking about that pandemic situation. This paper is about possible effect of well-being, loneliness, and social media, fatigue, and sleep. So we are listening to you, Monica.
Hello, everyone. My name is Monica Zarambaitė. I am a student of clinical health psychology at Lithuanian University of Health Science. And my title a little bit changed, but it's not exclude online learning because it's the main change in university students' life during COVID pandemic. As you can see on the screen, my study topic today is relationships between well-being, loneliness, social media fatigue, and sleep among university students during the COVID-19 pandemic. As introduction, it's important to note that the COVID-19 pandemic has challenged students in multiple ways. Students have been especially affected with university closure and home confinement. Sleep difficulties really were one of the main concerns during the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic has modified some sleeping habits caused by prompting environmental and social interaction changes. Loneliness, social media fatigue, and poor well-being have been linked to sleep problems. However, the studies on perception and its changes during the pandemic and online learning are scarce. So the aim of the study was to explore the relationships between well-being, loneliness, social media fatigue, and sleep among university students during COVID-19 pandemic. Moving on to methods, the sample study included 304 medicine, pharmacy, and psychology students, 32 years old. Most of them was women and medicine students. To collect quantitative data was compiled the anonymous questionnaire comprised of social media fatigue scale, WHO-5 questionnaire for well-being, ULCA scale short version for loneliness, more sleep scale for sleep problems, and some sociodemographic questions. The data were analyzed using unvariate and bivariate, as well as linear regression analysis. Let's now turn to study results. So the first issue was to estimate student sleep problems. At the study, sleep problems was retrospectively estimated at academic year of 2020-2021, at summer of 2021, and at winter of 2021 and 2022. If you look at this bar chart, you can see that the most pronounced increase in sleep problems is observed in winter of 2021-2022. And you can see that sleep disturbance, somnolence, and sleep inadequacy were rated as the most occurring dimensions for sleep problems. The next issue was to investigate students' level of loneliness. The participants of the study reported their level of loneliness at academic year of 2020-2021, at summer of 2021, and winter of 2021 and 2022. The results showed that students were prone to report highest level of loneliness at academic year of 2020-2021. At academic year of 2020-2021, students felt more social loneliness than emotional loneliness, which means that we felt the absence of a broader group of contacts or networks, such as peers or mates. The level of loneliness decreased during that time and decreasing the COVID-19 pandemic restrictions. The next objective was to determine students' social media fatigue and their well-being. So according to this study, 65% students reported being tired of social media use. The data here shows that the most expressed dimension of social media fatigue is cognitive experience, which reflects a student's representation that students feel fatigue from information overload. Let's now take a look at students' well-being, where results showed that 59 of respondents rates their well-being below average. If you take a look at this chart, you can see that the most part of students have felt cheerful, in good spirits, and their daily life has been filled with the things that interest them. But at the same time, we have felt restless and unable to relax, lacking in activity and vigors, and most of them woke up with feeling not fresh and unrested. The last objective was to analyze the associations between well-being, loneliness, social media fatigue, and sleep among university students. The analysis of sleep problems during COVID-19 pandemic showed that student sleep problems was associated with higher social media fatigue, lower well-being, and stronger sense of loneliness. In order to establish the dependent factors for sleep problems was applied linear regression analysis. Two models were used to define factors for sleep problems by gender. So here you can see that sleep problems revealed that significant factors in sample of men were poorer well-being and youngest age. So you can see that factors of sleep problems are different in a sample of women. The analysis of sleep problems revealed the significant factors in sample of women were poorer well-being and social media fatigue. The quality study has been conducted, and the results indicate that poorer well-being, social media fatigue, and loneliness was associated with sleep problems. The previous study showed that sleep problems are common among university students and are likely to increase, especially during COVID-19 pandemic. Poor sleep quality is associated with several factors, including physical factors, screen time, well-being, life satisfaction, chronic diseases. Researchers have shown quite conclusively that loneliness, social media fatigue, and poor well-being has been linked to sleep problems, and that proves this study. To conclude, this study showed that poorer well-being, social media fatigue, and loneliness was associated with sleep problems. Sleep problems among men was predicted by younger age and poorer well-being. Assessing for sleep problems among women, it is being predicted most by social media fatigue and poorer well-being. An application in the study presents study increases understanding of complexity of relationships of among social media fatigue, well-being, loneliness, and sleep quality among university students during the COVID pandemic. Also, the study adds to the accumulated knowledge that social media fatigue, lower well-being, and loneliness among university students may lead to poor sleep quality and likely further negative health outcomes. There are my references, and it completes my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Monica. And once again, I would like to encourage everyone to ask questions. I think we all had quite various experience during pandemic related to the use of social media. So I would like to ask you to share your experience, maybe your suggestions if you have some. You may ask Aurel or me to write into the chat. And well, again, being a moderator, I have right to ask directly, so I will use it before anyone raises his or her hand. So Monica, didn't you inquire somehow how not the social media used itself, but the better content was related to those problems of sleep, for example? I mean that in my suggestion is that perhaps if one listens for news related to war, to something like we have today, yeah, maybe the better content could be the reason of bad sleep. Don't you think so?
Yes, I think it can be, but social media fatigue increased in this time, yeah, because we are using many technologies in our lives, and sometimes it's going to overload us, and we can't concentrate attention, and other problems came with this, with social media fatigue. And I think because we couldn't have contact, yeah, ANA, and it can be one of the most important things that could increase social media fatigue.
Thank you. So I don't see anyone asking. In that case, perhaps we can go to have lunch. Thank you, Monica. Thank all the presenters, and thanks for all who attended. We have half an hour for our lunch, and at 1 p.m. we will see each other at the next session. So have a nice lunch. See you soon.
Yes. Audio jam di dia kaca.
Hey, this is Konas. And this is a drone shot of a church. And another one of a forest. And a drone shot of a city at sunset. Come on, this is boring. We can do better than that. Hey, have you ever tried creating a city? It's easy. First of all, you have to choose a good spot, one that has a river or two. Join them. And let's make sure that there is more water just in case. Then, you can start off by building a strong foundation. Don't be afraid to ask for help from your locals. Kings and queens, dukes and duchesses, priests and nuns. Those who kept our tongue alive and built roads to the stars for us. Historical presidents and rulers of the court. Good access to your city is very important, as is public transportation. And make it easy for your people to get their 10,000 steps every day. You want it to be a place where many cultures can live together in peace. But don't forget to have some fun. Look, add some curves. And symmetry. Allow the animals to roam free. Finally, stay creative. And support other creatives. But hey, you know you can create it your own way, right? Everybody can do it. This is your invitation. Create your own Konas.
Osha, we can't hear you. Your microphone is off. Hello? Do you hear me? Yeah, okay. I would like to send my warm welcome to everyone participant of conference Psychological Science to Health for Health. And I hope you had a good rest time during afternoon break. And sincerely, thank you for joining here today. I am Aušra Griciūtė, and we will continue our work in poster session. We have two poster presenters, and I would like to mention that total time for one poster presentation is 10 minutes, including discussion and question time. I would like to encourage all you to participate actively and to ask questions, to be active. We have the first poster and the first presenters. Paulina Jodelienė and Irina Banienė from Lithuanian University of Health Sciences. And please share your poster.
Okay, thank you, Osha, for introducing me. I hope that you can hear me well.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So, hello, everyone. I hope that you all enjoyed your lunch break. And also, I'm very happy to be a part of this conference. So I'm, as Osha said, I'm Paulina Jodelienė, and I'm currently finishing my master's studies of clinical and health psychology, and I'm finishing my master thesis right now. But today I would like to introduce my study research that I made as bachelor thesis, and it's called We Are of One Blood, the experience of cancer patients in mutual aid groups. I was supervised by Irina Banienė while doing this research. So the reason why I was really interested in that is that I saw that the number of mutual aid groups, or we can call it support groups, in cancer patients was and still are growing. And that is why it is really important to understand experience of these patients in that groups. And the method of this research that I chose was qualitative. So my study participated 6 cancer patients, and data was collected using a semi-structured interview. And as you understood, this research was made a few years ago, just right before COVID started. So I think that's important to mention. Yeah, and that data that was collected was analyzed using thematic analysis by Brown and Clark. And on the screen, you can see the teams that was revealed during the data analysis. So just to sum up main conclusions, and you can see it on the screen, the patient stories revealed 5 main themes, which with each described their experience in mutual aid group. So the first one is gradual awareness of importance of the group. And then the importance of a similar experience. So in this team, there was a sub-team that is also called We Are of One Blood. So these are the words of one of the participants. So I use that these words to name my thesis as well. Okay, one more theme is the development of a close relationship with other patients, the relationship with the disease, and the last one is the overcoming process. So as I mentioned before, right now I am also writing one of the theses, but it's master right now, and it's also related to cancer patients, and some insight that I got during this research was useful when I was formulating the idea of my master thesis. Yeah, so I think that's the short presentation of my work, and I hope that someone has any questions. for me.
Thank you for valuable presentation. Have the questions? I think that we will have questions. Maybe I ask you, have you researched or maybe have you read, is this theme, this data sensible to culture, different culture experience, different people from different cultures?
I have not read that, but I believe that maybe it may be different between cultures, because even in different patients, it's very individual experience. So I believe that it's possible in different cultures and countries as well. But also, I believe that there could be some things that patients share as well, because they face kind of similar difficulties related to cancer.
Have any questions? Maybe one more question. For me, it is really interesting to know, to hear your opinion and experience, how you use your knowledge gained in practice. What insights you have for practice?
Okay, so I can say a lot about that because it's very useful. We can use those insights in practice. That's the point why we do research, as for some methodological insights and practice insights as well. So, for example, during this research, I saw that it's very important for patients not only give something, but also take something. So during meetings in support groups, they receive a lot of support, and they also can give a support or any physical help as well. So, for example, if there is some psychologist who moderate that group, he or she can encourage patients to not only take, but to give something as well. That's an example.
Thank you. If there are no questions, I thank you for very valuable information and data. And we invite our next presenters, Dignė Stanulytė and Professor Kastytis Šmigelskas from Lithuanian, from University of Health Sciences in Kaunas.
Hello, everybody. 1 second, I will share my screen. I hope that you can see my poster.
Yes.
1 second, I will try to just make it bigger. Yeah, I hope that you all can see it. And good day, everyone. I am Dignė Stanulytė from the Department of Health Psychology in Lithuania University of Health Sciences. I'm currently studying the bachelor degree. And it is my pleasure to introduce you to my research about smart device use and attention skills among adults. And just to introduce you to this topic, we all may know that smart technologies are changing our lives and becoming an integral part of our routine. And some research indicates that it especially changed our lives over the past 10 years. And I guess that we all can imagine how hard it may be to share and receive information without our smartphones. But however, there are not only advantages of it, because according to the research that was made in 2019, screen light from smartphones can negatively affect our brain development And it is known that excessive smartphone use can have long-term consequences for cognitive functions, including attention. So though there is a little empirical research on this topic, especially when investigating adults and their attention. Therefore, it is important to examine how smart technologies and smart devices are changing our lives and also our attention. And based on all this information, the aim of the study was to assess how smart devices use correlates with adults' attention skills. And in this particular research, there were 54 participants between 18 to 62 years old who were asked to answer several questions about their attention in everyday situations. And there were 9 situations, including reading a book, watching some kind of a movie, performing an indoor activity like playing chess or table games, attending a lecture, having a conversation with other person, doing an assignment, preparing a meal, cleaning and driving somewhere. So data about smart device use were based on their self-report and from the apps within the phone. The association between smart device use were estimated with Pearson correlation and specified criteria of calculating attention means from the scale and structure. And I want to draw your attention to the results that show that objective time that is spent using a smart device positively correlates with subjective time. And it means that adults consciously understand how approximately they are using their smart devices every day. And mean difference you can see in the figure 1, and also you can recognize how close both lines are. And the results also reveal that there were no significant difference between time that is spent using a smartphone and attention across all 9 situations that I mentioned before. And then results you can see in the table 1. I hope that it is clear to see. And the highest attention estimation were in driving and performing an indoor activity like chess or table games, as I mentioned before. And the lowest attention focus was at attending a lecture or reading a book. And this you can see in the figure 1, and there is a scale from 0 to 100, how well adults can focus on particular situation. And to conclude all these research results, they show that there were no significant difference between objective and subjective time that adults spend using their smart devices. And it means that they are actually aware how long they're using the smartphone every day. And results also indicated that smart device use is not affecting attention in everyday life situations that I mentioned before. So that was unexpected results. And thank you for your attention while I was talking about it. Maybe there is some kind of a question that I can answer.
Please give the questions. Maybe I can ask about 2 aspects. How do you explain unexpected results? How is your explanation?
Yeah, so according to the literature, I was expecting very different results because, as I mentioned before, there were like a statistical difference, and that research showed that smartphone use affects our brain, our cognitive functions, and including attention. But I think that there were different results because of the 54 participants. It is very not that much participants to the research that you can just make some kind of huge results. So I believe that that was one of the reasons why the results showed that difference. There were no difference like in literature. So I guess that was the main reason why results were different.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Can I ask another aspect? What is your ideas about the future research directions? What would you like to know to research in this topic?
So I'm thinking currently about making an experiment with it, like doing something similar, but a little bit different, like making some kind of things in front of all the lecture or something, and then giving several people to use their smartphones and several people to just I don't know, talk with others, maybe take somebody for a walk, and just do some kind of activities that is not including smartphones and smart devices, and then just check how their attention skills change. So I believe that there will be some kind of different results.
You have very interesting ideas, and we will we hope that you will present research data from new researches as well in next conferences. Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. And our section time is ending, and I appreciate very much. I had a very good time to listen to your presentations. And can I invite you to another section, to the second part of oral presentations. And the coordinator of the section will be Jolita Joninienė. I wish you a good time, interesting work, and goodbye. Do we have Jolita? Mm-hmm. We need.
It seems Jolita is not here.
What? Maybe Milda, can you take responsibility for coordinating the next session? Thank you very much. Milda Mikulskienė will be coordinator for the second section, oral presentations. Please.
Okay.
Good job.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope Jolita will join us soon. And now I would like to present Paulina Pociūtė and her supervisor Irina Banienė. And Paulina will present her oral presentation named Experiences of Treatment Among Women with Bipolar Affective Disorder. You have 20 minutes, and I will also show the sign when the time is over.
Okay. Can you see my slides right now?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
great.
do.
Okay. So thank you for introducing me. My name is Paulina Pociūtė, and today I'm going to present my research experience of treatment among women with bipolar affective disorder. I would like to start my presentation with the definition of bipolar affective disorder, and the International Classification of Diseases defines bipolar affective disorder as a mood disorder characterized by 2 or more episodes in which the patient's mood and activity levels are significantly disturbed. And this disturbance consisting on some occasions of an elevation of mood and increased energy and activity, that's going to be hypomania or mania, and on others of a lowering mood and decreased energy and activity, and that's going to be depression. And bipolar affective disorder affects 45 million people worldwide, making it one of the top 10 mental disorders that interferes with one's ability to maintain productive daily and professional life. Studies suggest that the suicide rate for this disorder is the highest of all psychiatric conditions. It is important to note that the long-term medication and ongoing disease control are required to achieve remission and prevent relapse for these patients. Nevertheless, a lot of patients refuse to seek professional help and discontinue to take prescribed medications. With this in mind, the study aims to understand what patients experience during treatment, what their attitudes are to the treatment being provided, and what their treatment needs are. To talk about prevalence, a Lithuanian study that reveals the experience of treatment of patients with bipolar affective disorder could not be found. Therefore, it can be assumed that this is not a frequently discussed phenomenon. I think that it is particularly important to focus on the treatment experience of these individuals, taking into account the aspects that I mentioned before. To talk about the study methods, so the study was conducted in remote video format through the pandemic, and throughout the study, anonymity was maintained. Participants were introduced to the purpose of the work, the process, and other ethical aspects. And in case of emotional sensitivity, I was ready to refer the study participants to a psychologist. As shown in the table, in the study participated 7 young adult women with diagnosed bipolar disorder who have been receiving mixed medication and psychotherapeutic psychological treatment. As you can see in the table, age of the study participants was from 24 up to 37 years old. An in-depth semi-structured interview method was used to collect the study data. You can see the main research question on the screen right now. Due to lack of time, I will not read the question, and clarification questions were also asked during the interview, examples of which you can also see on the slide. And all material collected during the study was analyzed using an inductive thematic analysis method according to Brown and Clark. And now we're going to my results. And after analyzing the interviews of all 7 study participants, 5 main topics describing the treatment experience of study participants emerged. As you can see, there was 5 themes with subtopics and 4 of them with subtopic sections. And now I'm going to move to each theme and present them separately. So I want to mention that due to the lack of time when presenting the results of the study, I will not read all the quotes, but you will see a few of them on the screen. So the first acquaintance with the disease and the treatment is full of various emotions and experiences. All participants in the study noted that they felt confused at the beginning of the treatment, and that women experienced recurrent episodes and frequent hospitalizations, but no exact diagnosis was made. It is probable that the image of doctors as reckless, unthinking about the situation began to form in this treatment phase. It's very well described by Patricia. I was in the hospital about every month. I was cured from depression. I was in a very high mood, but for some reason it didn't make them suspicious. All of these aspects of dealing with the disease and treatment eventually led to mistrust among doctors, making it difficult for study participants to rebuild that trust. Calling for help after a failed experience is a much more thoughtful and considered step for these patients. It can be said that interest in knowledge, in a sense, creates greater inner strength and security, which is also projected to the outside, as study participant Milda described it as armor. She said, "Put that list on a doctor's table and say, please review my list." It is in that sense I went with the armor already, because that first experience with doctors was so tragic. To move to another theme, misconceptions about medical treatment, I would like to say that over time, women fell into a trap of chaotic medical treatment with frightening side effects while waiting for the prescribed medications to work. According to the research participant Migla, it all seemed so brutally chaotic and experimental. Just the feeling that doctors are shooting drugs with their eyes closed until they hit. In this change, women feel tired of constant medication change. They want peace and finally stability. It can be said that the participants in the study feel trapped in a circle where new drugs are constantly being tried. They're not helping, other drugs are being tried, they're all causing concomitant sensations, and in the long run, all this repetitive process is helpless. That's really important to say that Aux's quote, because there's what really was a time when I was sitting alone and crying because no one could help me. I didn't believe in doctors, I didn't believe in psychologists, I didn't believe in medicine. It should be noted that over time, study participants began to think about refusing medication, which is why they start rebelling against medication and do not follow the treatment regime. Women in medication begin to feel constrained and imprisoned. And eventually, in this medical treatment path, they start feeling strong and ready to live without medication. It can be a kind of desire to return to the healthy version of oneself, to live freer, without restrictions and without obligations. This topic reveals the transformation from psychological psychotherapeutic treatment from the beginning of an unsafe, full of incomprehension, hostility, to the realization that psychotherapy plays an important role in life. It has a calming effect. It helps to understand oneself and control a challenging and chaotic disorder. In the long run, psychotherapy is made meaningful as a main treatment, more important than medication. This change is very well described by Patricia. Perhaps I would describe this in this way, that the desire to survive is from medications. Psychotherapy has caused the desire to live, to do something, to be interested in something, and not just to be alive tomorrow. It is important to mention that the transformation occurs then the certain, appropriate, even described by other women as magical contact with a specialist, psychotherapist, or a psychologist is discovered. And this topic reveals a radical experience of inpatient treatment. The acute hospital section is described as a difficult and pointless place. It is important to mention that this image of acute ward is influenced by the role of doctors as illiterate, humiliating, and by environmental conditions and the patients around them. As study participant Carolina said, because I don't understand, there's just all the suicides, schizophrenics, they're talking to another world. They're all in one pile, and you talk about one and the other talks about the other. And if you're close in 4 walls for a month, it's clear that I could go crazy there. Meanwhile, treatment in the crisis center brings motivation and a desire to recover. Positive experiences at the crisis center are also shaped by environmental conditions, but also by the attitude towards oneself as a person in a temporary crisis. And of course, in every important, full of intense feelings path, a person discovers something. This treatment experience of women in the study is not an exception. In the course of treatment, women discovered communion with others with mental disorders, allowed themselves to build trust in the prescribed treatment and doctors. Women are gradually realizing that friendship with provided treatment is a way to feel success and well-being. This change in perception is perfectly revealed by Laura. But after that, somehow I realized that there must be a constant treatment here. Not that sometimes I need it, sometimes I don't need it. It is seen that the attitude towards medicines is changing. Medicines are being made meaningful as regulating well-being, contributing to the desired stability. As study participant Auxa said, that is not a very bad thing to maintain a normal life to take one tablet in the morning after a meal to help you, figuratively speaking, not to jump out of your mind or get out of bed. To move to the discussion part, it is important to say that patients in other studies also experience a lot of anxiety and fear about taking medications, changing them often, not feeling quick to take advantage of them, and eventually taking medication becomes the job they want to get rid of. These aspects are explored in one more quantitative level in other studies, and this study extends these aspects to examine patients' more emotional experiences. To compare the results of my own research with other researchers, I realized that in other studies, patients also face rejection by doctors sometimes, poor interpretation of symptoms, lack of clarity at the beginning of a treatment, which leads patients to wait even longer for necessary help, and this leads to even longer diagnosis of the disorder. The connection of patients with specialists is also meaningful in this and in other authors' works. A support-based relationship between patients and medical staff allows patients to be more open and reduces the risk of relapse. On the other hand, in the case of inpatient treatment, as in this study and Valerina and the other study, patients describe the hospital experiences as traumatic. They liken that hospital to a prison, a terrible place, and thus ask themselves, what crime have I committed that I have to suffer like this? To summarize the features of the treatment experience in patients with bipolar affective disorder, it can be stated that the difficult, full-fledged path of treatment is the path that has to be taken to achieve a controlled, full, and stable life. In the slide now, you can see one of the study participants' quote. Still, sooner or later, it will improve. The sun will appear in a cloudy sky, just you have to wait. In terms of practical recommendations based on this study, I think that health specialists need to inform patients more about the disorder, its course, the importance of medication necessity and action, and also involve other professionals immediately, and strengthen medication use, cognition of the disorder during psychotherapy, what the patients learn, how the phases go, how they change, how they can tell at the phases at the time. The priority would be to minimize the need for the patient to Google about the disorder online and to have all the information understandably available in the healthcare professional's office. It follows that there's a need for more time to consult a psychiatrist, not just 15 or 20 minutes. Okay. And another recommendation is to encourage collaboration between a patient and a specialist, to focus not only on a patient taking the medication, but also on their needs, how they feel about the taking medication, to take into account the needs as much as possible. Otherwise, if left unchecked, there's a tendency for patients to feel as if their opinion is not interesting, resulting in rebellion, arbitrary dose reduction, and discontinuation of medication. I am also a member of some mutual groups of social networks, and there's a tendency that patients seek out help from other patients about discontinuation of medication. And this aspect was revealed in the study, that the patients afraid to see psychiatrists in some cases. There's a lack of openness relationship. As a result, patients hide what's happening with their treatment, and also in this case, the probability of relapse increases. And there's also need for greater focus and relationship building for psychiatrists, who should also be provided with the right training and courses on the importance of communication with the patient. It is important that the use of medicines is ensured not by punishment, but by openness. As one of the study participants said, she was afraid to tell the psychiatrist about discontinued medications because he would scream at her again. I think that in the training of doctors, especially psychiatric residents, we should already focus more on the importance of communication at the university, making it clear that the patient-specialist relationship can be very important for the patients. As in one case, one of the study participants said that she stopped taking medication because the psychiatrist no longer accepted the patients. So the connection with the specialist was lost and she discontinued to take medication. And another recommendation very quickly, because I see that my time is already going to the end, is the aspects of inpatient treatment. Given that patients in the acute ward felt particularly constrained and that their well-being was greatly affected by the presence of other patients. So my recommendation would be to avoid hospitalization of patients in the acute ward if there is no need to do so. For example, study participants said that sometimes they found themselves in the acute ward because they had to wait for the vacancy in the crisis unit. Such a presence when patients feels good enough, there forms an image of treatment as meaningless. And of course, there's also particular need to expand the availability of psychological care and employment in the hospitals. And also, of course, in the acute ward, patients also need psychological help. And I will not read all the conclusions due to lack of time, as they're in line of the results of the study presented. But to summarize the features of treatment experience of patients with bipolar affective disorder, it can be stated that this experience is rich in intense, sometimes difficult to live experiences and moments of hopelessness and helplessness. It's a lot of search for identity for patients in this treatment path. And finally, the treatment experience is enriched by responsibility, effort, hope, trust in others, especially those who provide help. So I would say that the difficult, chaotic, full path of healing is the path that patients have to take to achieve a controlled and stable life. It's an extremely important topic that is worth more detailed and profound researchers, I think. So that's the end of my presentation, and I want to thank everybody for their attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Paulina, for such a interesting and meaningful presentation, and thank you for being such on time. Yeah, 20 minutes. So I wonder, do we have any questions? At least one short questions you would like to ask Paulina about the presentation? No questions. Yeah, okay, we have one on the chat field. Neringa is asking, why did you choose to study women? Could you answer shortly?
I would like to mention that I didn't have a gender criterion for the study, but as only women responded voluntarily to the study, so the topic was narrowed down. But I think that it will be very interesting to do the research with the men, of course.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And Neringa says thank you also.
Thank you so much, Neringa.
So Paulina, thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have a nice day. And now I would like to invite another speaker. And my name is Jolita Joninen, and I will moderate the further session. So Milda Kukulskienė, we see you already, and Milda will speak to you about miscarriage as an experience of vulnerability. And I think she will introduce her topic by herself. And Professor Nida Žemaitienė is also the co-author of this presentation. So Milda, you have 20 minutes.
Good day. I hope you have a good time today. I am listening to the other presentations, and my theme today is miscarriage as an experience of vulnerability, women's needs in postnatal healthcare, and insights for practical implications. I'm a PhD student in this university. So to introduce why this topic to research miscarriage phenomenon is important, it is because this is a population level problem. It affects from 10 to 25% of pregnancies, according to different authors. The physical consequences of miscarriage are quite well appreciated, yes, yet psychological sequelae less so. And first-person accounts show that this phenomenon is hugely stigmatized around the world, and women grieve silently and fight intense physical and psychological challenges. Now I will talk a bit about the risk of psychological morbidity following miscarriage. There is ample scientific evidence on the links between miscarriage and physical as well as mental health disorders. And research shows, you can see the authors in the slide. So the links are found between miscarriage and complicated grief, anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress, suicidal risk, and other disorders. And in quantitative research, it is found that these symptoms tend to remain clinically important up to 10 months and even more. So in this presentation, I aim to analyze experiences of miscarriage and to describe possible practical implications for the healthcare and emotional support in general. So I will talk about these three objectives. So at first, I will present general physical and emotional well-being, the situation according to my PhD study. The risk of postnatal depression and post-traumatic stress will also be presented to show this vulnerability aspect, and also medical health and emotional support is the main focus in this presentation. So the methods which were applied in this study, I will present it now. So 24 qualitative interviews were taken several years ago, and it was the start of this inductive design. And the coding was done based on open grounded theory coding. And today I will present thematic analysis based on this GT coding part of it. And another data will be presented from the quantitative data collection, which was the second step of this study. It was done to validate qualitative study findings, and the questionnaire was created according to the qualitative categories, and also several validated adapted questionnaires were implied as well. So it is really new research, which has ended only on February 22. Quantitative data collection instrument, it consisted from 6 thematic blocks according to GT and thematic analysis previously done on qualitative interviews. And we asked women to answer questions about demographic and miscarriage-related characteristics, emotional and physical well-being after miscarriage, also to fill the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale, impact of event scale revised for post-traumatic stress, also several questions about coping, individual coping, and help, how women help themselves after miscarriage, and questions about the needs for help and support. So at first, this is the sample, and it consisted from 839 Lithuanian women. The vast majority of them experienced single miscarriage. Other women experienced more than one miscarriage in their medical history. And you can see different demographic characteristics in here, as age, education, year of the last miscarriage. There were some fresh experiences and experienced many years before, also marital status, and another important characteristics were investigated. Results showed that physical and emotional well-being differ significantly. And we can see in here that the first graph shows general physical well-being immediately after miscarriage, and another one shows 1 month after miscarriage in dark gray. So we can see that at first this well-being is really low. Women evaluated it from very bad to 10. And emotional well-being was assessed up to 2 times worse than physical. We can see it in the mean evaluation scores. This scale was created according to the qualitative research results, and we can see important categories in here which describe psychological challenges and emotional symptoms after miscarriage. And women expressed that they had experienced miscarriage-related tension, sadness, feelings of despair, fear of recurrence, which is one of the main, the most important, often experience also feelings of confusion, mourning, emptiness, helplessness, and other categories were also really often. And thoughts of self-harm were experienced by 15.4% of women, and suicidal thoughts, 14% of women had suicidal thoughts after miscarriage. So we can see that emotional challenges are really common. Results about postnatal depression and post-traumatic stress risk shows that there is a big risk of increased postnatal depression symptoms, and also high risk of postnatal depression was experienced by 48.9% of women, of the participants. And talking about post-traumatic stress, it was also kind of common compared to other traumas, and I will try to comment about that later in the discussion part. So 45.7% of women were found to be at risk of post-traumatic stress. When talking about postnatal healthcare and mental health services, 84.9% women received medical health, and most women received help from gynecologists in the emergency department, not from family doctor and not from ambulatory consultations. And only 5%, almost 6% of women stated that emotional support in the healthcare institution was provided. We have to have in mind that emotional well-being was evaluated 2 times worse than physical well-being. 29% were mentioned that it was partly provided, and most women stated that it was not provided at all. Talking about and informing about the possibilities for psychological help, which we have in Lithuania, several ways how to get free psychological help, but there is a lack of information, and 83% of women were not informed about it. And 70% of women used mental health services. Most of them found this information by themselves after some time of this bad emotional well-being and critical situation. So here we can see evaluations of help and support received, the quality of medical assistance, emotional support in healthcare institution, partner support, and also another important construct was family and relatives support. So we can see that partner support was the best evaluated theme. Talking about help provided, and emotional support in healthcare institution was evaluated really bad. And here you can see statistically significant correlations between medical assistance and emotional support, partner support, family and relative support, which are were correlated significantly with tension, postnatal depression, and post-traumatic stress. So we found out that support from family and close friends after miscarriage was the most important predictor, talking about this help and assistance construct group. And we found out that it was important in the logistic regression model for postnatal depression. It was associated in the model with a bigger risk of postnatal depression if the support was evaluated worse. And another important constructs where the most important was relationship with one's body after miscarriage, immediately after. And another logistic regression model for post-traumatic stress had also shown that support from family and close friends after miscarriage was significantly related with the risk of post-traumatic stress symptoms. And now I will check the time, how much is left. Okay, I still have some time, and this is the most important part for me emotionally, and as a qualitative researcher, I want to present primary results from thematic analysis according to the GT grounded theory coding. And we found out that there are 4 important topics, themes, which emerged in the data, which was created in qualitative analysis, which talk about practical implications in postnatal healthcare. So those 4 themes are informing, opportunity for goodbye, attention to emotional well-being, and respectful hospital environment. So having in mind this psychological morbidity risk and this vulnerability, we found in the data that it's really important to provide information. And we created this scheme about how to inform, how to provide emotional support, etc., in postnatal healthcare services. So at first, it is firstly, it's the most important not to overwhelm women with excessive information when they are in the state of shock. Confusion and shock constitute a natural reaction to the news of miscarriage or non-viable pregnancy, and this experience is more emotional in its nature than rational one. So during those first moments, patients do not hear this rational information because their brain function in a different way. They are in the state of shock, in the fight, flight, freeze response. So that's why providing emotional support, it's more important than giving some information. So later on, it is important to ensure a safe and private environment to accept the news. And women stated that they were in a much greater need of emotional support, expression of care, and consideration rather than information. And the next theme talks about it, that it's important not to provide secondary information. And in Lithuanian sample, it was kind of common that women received secondary information, for example, information about conception, the later conception. So, for example, we can hear it in the quotation that the doctor says, recommendations regarding conception for your next conception. And I'm just thinking to myself that right now, I'm not interested in any conception at all. So it's important not to provide secondary information. Also, it's important to explain physiological processes in a simple and understandable manner, avoiding those medical, not understandable terms. And also it's important to avoid inaccurate considerations, as we can see from the quote. When women provided the example, when the doctor compared her experience of miscarriage to like winning $1 million in the lottery. Yeah, lucky but unlucky. And I just thought to myself, how can you possibly compare this to some lottery? In a raised voice, laughs. Remember, I didn't like it at all, and I never went to him again. So all these inaccurate consideration, religious thoughts, philosophical sayings are not important for women at that time. They need scientific information and emotional support. And the last important sub-theme is to dedicate sufficient time. It means that all those consultations, which are 15 minutes or 20 minutes, are too short for women. And at this occasion, they need longer time to adapt to the news. And the second theme is named Opportunity for Goodbye. Here, women were talking about the important opportunity to bid farewell to a dead fetus. And it was important for them to have this possibility to choose how to say goodbye to fetal remains. And women said that it might change in time. You have one plan, how will you say goodbye to fetal remains? But at that moment in the shocked state, there might be changes, and it's normal to change. So it's really important to empower women to choose her own way, because it's later on, it's important for the coping. So we can see this one quotation. Actually, I wanted to see her, but nobody showed her to me. she's talking about a dead fetus. They said that it was better not to, and they just brought that mayonnaise container out. It's not the way that woman wanted to say goodbye to her dead baby. The third theme is attention to emotional well-being, and we can see 5 sub-themes in here. It's to offer initial emotional support, to ensure that healthcare professionals are adequately prepared to provide initial emotional support. Also, this one recommendation which women stated is that it's important to be evaluated in the repeat visit, for example, after 6 weeks or 2 months, if there is a psychological morbidity risk. Also to refer patients to professional psychological help and to engage a partner. And the situation in Lithuania, as we can see from quantitative research study part, it's bad about it. So this quotation shows it, that I asked about that help. I asked where I could get professional help. Well, you had just given birth to your dead child. I don't know. So they said there was none. And the last theme talks about respectful hospital environment. So there were 3 subtopics: the importance of aesthetic environment and all those green walls. I don't know how tidy the ward is it cozy or not? It was really important for women in this state of shock, in grief, and the distribution of wards was also important. And you can see the meaning of it in the quotation, that I was brought back to the ward and I couldn't sleep. I was just sobbing, and there was other women, and I was worried that I might wake her up because the pain and grief was so profound. So they needed private space to grieve, to have their husband near them or other important relatives to provide this primary emotional support. And the last sub-theme is respect for the body, which was important. Women stated that medical care was provided using metal instruments, which was really intrusive after this loss. And also it talked about, it is connected with the second theme, opportunity for goodbye, and all those symbols as mayonnaise container, as having miscarriage in the toilet, in bathroom. It's not hygiene, and it should be private, it should be aesthetic, and it should be respectful for the woman and the fetus. So here you can see the conclusions, which I will not repeat, and I want to leave several minutes for the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Milda, for such a presentation. It was really, it's a hard topic, right? So, and as you say, numbers and numbers, but the insights about how we can help and what we can do for these women, they are so important. So thank you again. And do we have any questions for Milda? Everyone is thinking about what you have just said, I think. Okay. So Milda, is there anything you would like to, I don't know, to stress particularly, to leave some additional message for us?
Maybe I would like to comment about the design, that I like the way how these 2 different perspectives show this argument that this topic is relevant to research, and that this qualitative part, exceptionally, it talks a lot about this humanistic approach about women, and this will not let me lose the focus, I guess. So I'm still working on that. This is just a primary qualitative analysis, those separate categories, but I hope to create this theoretical model to show the main aspects connected, and I hope this will work for the needs of women.
Yeah, okay. So thank you for being here with us. And August, I see that you have just turned your camera on and now you're off. So is there anything you want to say?
Yeah, I have a question maybe. What would you recommend for the future doctors, and maybe how we should teach future doctors that we would treat those women with respect?
If I had to give just one advance for them, I guess it would be the one thought which was repeated and repeated and repeated in the qualitative interviews, where was the thought that we have to differentiate this kind of trauma, which is embodied, which is connected with emotional and spiritual aspects. We have to separate it from different kind of trauma, like I don't know, breaking your leg or having some some operation, which is just a medical issue. Yeah, and here we have emotional and spiritual issues, which are the basis for that. So we have to remember this, and just to take your time. I guess give time. Do it in a slower manner. Thinking what you say, because it's really important. Medics and nurses are the first people women encounter at this traumatic moment of their life. So they will be important and they will be remembered. And those words, it can heal and it can traumatize even more. So this is what I would recommend. Take your time and have in mind those emotional and spiritual aspects, which are the basis in this trauma.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for question. Thank you, Milda, again. And let's meet the third speaker of our session. And I would like to invite Vladas Golembauskas. Yeah, hello, Vladas.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, and we invite you to give your presentation. And I think we will see the first slide, right, at the moment. And Vladas is going to speak to you about differences between subjective and objective screen times among school-aged children.
Do you see my slides all right? No?
Not really. I don't see. Maybe others do see.
Just
okay. Now it's better. Yeah. And okay, perfect. Vladas, 20 minutes for you.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vladas Golembauskas, and I'm a bachelor student in health psychology, year 4. And I am very intrigued to share with you my research results on the differences between the objective and self-reported screen time among adolescents. And hopefully I will capture your interest as well. So first things first, why this study, why now, and why this particular group of participants? Well, I would like you, dear listeners, to consider for a minute, how often is your smartphone not within 1 meter reach of you? I will admit myself that even now I have my smartphone at an arm's reach. And probably that's true for most people. And it's not necessarily a bad thing, because smartphones are very useful devices and can help us with a lot of our daily tasks, as well as communications. But the problem arises when the smartphone is no longer a tool for a human to use and utilize, but the human becomes a tool for the smartphone, and it robs us of our time with our loved ones and our family and all the important stuff in our lives. And excessive smartphone usage is becoming problematic, especially among young populations, and where adults have a little bit more self-discipline usually, children and adolescents have little of it. And as the smartphone usage time increases with every year, it's becoming more and more unclear just how accurate the self-reported screen time value is. And the research on the topic provide very inconsistent results. For example, some researchers suggest that Self-reported screen time is undervalued. Others find it to be overvalued. Still others find no meaningful significant differences at all between these two values. Also, objectively measured screen time is usually researched in experimental settings, especially when it is compared with the self-reported screen time. And possibly it biases the data, because if you think about it, if I approached you today on the street and told you that I will be measuring your objective screen time during the next week, you will probably become much more aware of how much time you're actually spending on smartphone. Whereas in natural settings, people tend to not notice it that much. So the aim and the objective of the study was to assess the objective screen time between 5th, 7th, 9th, and 11th grade students and compare it to the self-reported value. And the objectives of the study were as follows: to measure the average objective smartphone screen time of school-aged adolescents, compare the objective screen time with the self-reported value, and assess whether there are any differences by grade and gender. The study was conducted between December 2021 and February 2022, and it was conducted in 7 Lithuanian schools. Data from 184 school-aged adolescents, of which 59% were girls, was included in the final analysis. Subjective screen time was measured by simply asking students to assess how much time they spend on their smartphones during weekdays and on weekends. And also the participants were asked to assess how much time they spend using other smart devices compared to their smartphone. And they could answer less, around the same, or more. Objective screen time was measured via digital well-being screen time and similar software in smartphones, and the participants were asked to look at their objective data of screen time from the previous week, from the perspective of the day of the study, and simply write down objective screen time values of each day from that week. Objective and self-reported screen time differences were calculated in absolute and relative values. And for statistical analysis, paired and independent sample t-test was used, as well as Pearson and Spearman correlations, one-way ANOVA for linear trend, and chi-squared test. Right here you can see the objective and self-reported screen time values by weekday. And the first thing you may notice is that objectively, at the top line, you can see right here in dark green, adolescents spend a lot of time on their smartphones. It's around 6 or more hours every day. And if you compare it to the self-reported value, it's usually undervalued by 1.2 to 1.8 hours every day, except for Saturdays. And at first glance, the difference might not be that large. But if you consider it in the context of recommended screen time, which I will remind you is 2 hours per day, the excessive screen time, according to the self-reported value, is around 2.5 hours, whereas excessive screen time by objective measures is almost, or more, not almost, but more than 4 hours. And the values between excessive screen time by self-reported and objective measures are nearly double. Now, this table might look a bit confusing at first glance, but allow me to elaborate. In order to assess whether the differences between objective and self-reported screen time were related to total objective screen time, Pearson correlation was used between absolute objective and self-reported screen time difference and objective screen time. And as you can see, moderate correlations were found, which means that the longer adolescents spent using smartphones, the more they undervalued their time spent on the smartphones. And at the bottom of the table, you can see that this relationship remained even when calculating the relationship between a relative difference and objective screen time. Next, objective screen time was compared by grade on weekdays and weekends. The top line represents the weekends, and you can see that no linear trend was observed, even though there was a lot of variability between different grades. However, on weekdays, objectively measured screen time tended to increase in later grades. And another thing you may notice is that in 11th grade, objectively measured screen time on weekdays and weekends is identical, which means that 11th graders spend as much time on weekdays on their smartphones as they do on weekends. Next, the objective and self-reported screen time was compared by gender. And as you can see, girls spent 1 or more hours more than boys using smartphones, both by objective and subjective measures. However, in this diagram, you can see that boys tended to use other smartphone devices more than girls when compared to smartphone. 32% of boys said that they used other devices more than they used their smartphone, and only 9.4% of girls said the same. So what does this all mean? Well, the results of this study imply that self-reported screen time is usually underestimated, and especially if objective screen time is high. And the increasing underestimates between objective and self-reported screen time cannot be explained by relative difference, as it also increases when adolescents spend more time using smartphones. And to give you an example, my hypothesis was that the absolute difference increased due to more time spent on the smartphone only because the relative difference remained the same. And for example, if I spend 2 hours on smartphone and I underestimated by 10%, when I spend 4 hours on the smartphone, I will underestimate it twice by the absolute value, but the relative difference will remain the same. However, in this study, it was found that the relative difference also increases, which means that, for example, if someone spends 4 hours on their smartphone, they underestimate it by 15%, for example, and if someone spends 6 hours, they underestimate it by 20-25%, just to give you an example. Also, in the study, it was found that girls tend to spend more time using smartphones than boys, both on weekdays and weekends, and other researchers reaffirmed this. Only lone studies don't find don't arrive at this conclusion. Also, older students spend more time using smartphones on weekdays only, and on weekends, although there was a lot of variability between grades, no linear trend was observed. So to move on to practical implications, most smartphones today have software to measure objective screen time. That was at least what was observed in the study. And it's not that difficult to quickly gain access to it if the person agrees. And perhaps it's time to move on from measuring inconsistent and inaccurate self-reported screen time and simply measure the objectively measured values, because at least this research, this study indicates that adolescents tend to undervalue it by a lot, and to have more accurate results, perhaps self-reported screen time should not be considered if it is possible to have objectively measured data. And it's not only for the experimental studies, also for quantitative ones as well. Also, it seems that prevention of excessive screen time for adolescents is extremely lacking, and it's a big concern, at least for me. So to conclude, the study, on average, adolescents spent around 6 hours using smartphones on weekdays and 6 to 7 hours on weekends. And adolescents tended to underestimate their smartphone screen time by more than 1 hour every day, except on Saturdays. And the more time they spent on their smartphone, the more they undervalued their screen time. Older students spent more time on smartphones on weekends, but not on weekends. And on average, girls spent 1.1 hour more using smartphones per day. Thank you very much for your attention, and I will be welcoming any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Vladas. Good information, lots of thoughts, I guess. Okay, so I think you will have questions, and Jurate is asking in the chat field, why do you think girls tend to use smartphones more while boys use other devices? What impact on screen time COVID-19 might have?
Thank you for the question. What I gathered from other researchers is that girls are much more likely to spend time using social media, whereas boys are much more interested in video games and passive activity on smartphones, such as watching videos. And I think it's entirely possible that total screen time is maybe even similar between the genders, but because boys are so interested in video games, they compensate their time on smartphones by using computer and playing video games, for example. And with regard to the other part of the question, COVID-19 definitely had an impact on the screen time, and various studies suggest that the situation worsened by a lot during that period, especially among adolescents.
Okay, thank you. I hope Jurate heard her answer. Can I have another question for you?
Of course.
Yeah, and you turn your slides off. It's a pity, because I had one question related to that. It was one of the first slides with the results where you show the comparison of objective and self-reported. Yeah, exactly the same. And do you notice the Saturday and the objective and self-reported screen time, they're all almost the same, while the other days, if I understand correctly, of course.
Allow me to elaborate on this part.
Okay.
When self-reported screen time was assessed, it was not assessed on every day of the week. It was only asked of the participants to assess how much time they spent on weekdays and how much time they spend on weekends. Therefore, the values are the same on weekdays and on the weekends.
Okay, because I was trying to find the explanation what happened during the Saturdays. Okay, thank you, Vlada. So do we have any more questions? Okay, I don't hear any. So thank you, Vladas, so much for
really interesting results.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. And I see Jolanta Zielinskian is already here. And Jolanta is going to talk about motherhood in confrontation with type 1 diabetes of a child. So I think, Jolanta, you will introduce your presentation more carefully. So 20 minutes for you.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Violetta. I hope you hear me. Yes. It is a pleasure for me to introduce my oral presentation about small part of my dissertation research, and it is motherhood in confrontation with type 1 diabetes of a child, psychological well-being peculiarities. So, I hope, yes. At first, I want to introduce what it is illness, type 1 diabetes. It is a lifelong metabolic disorder, typically arising in childhood and adolescence. And type 1 diabetes is a chronic and incurable but manageable illness. I will explain shortly that when a child is sick, has diabetes, his or her pancreas doesn't produce hormone insulin for glucose, for working with glucose, and it is very important to make injections of this hormone. So its management requires daily continuous blood glucose monitoring, insulin injections, and dietary carbohydrate counting, which demands significant involvement of medical, health, human, and financial resources, as well as proper parenting involvement. It means that parents have to control glucose during all days of child. The goal of diabetes management is to avoid serious complications related to circulatory disorders, visual impairment, cardiovascular disease, kidney failure, etc. The challenges posed by the disorder are difficult to reconcile with the child's psychosocial maturity, complicate the child's psychosocial development, impair the psychological well-being of the child and the parents, and adversarially affect family functioning. It is important to notice that many children have diabetes, start to live with diabetes at early age. Sometimes it is 10 years, or sometimes it is 5 and less years. So you understand that it is impossible to imagine themselves this disease. Current clinical care guidelines recommend that parents assume most of the daily diabetes care during childhood. So illness management is a very difficult daily routine for both the child and their parents. Okay, the child must endure painful medical procedures on a daily basis and follow a restricted diet. Meanwhile, the parents must reject their parental instincts, protecting their child from pain and providing food to ensure good illness management. So many parents live with big guilt but against their children, that they can't allow children to eat when they want. And they have to make injections. So family and children, I mean parents and children, lose spontaneity from their life. When diabetes is detected, families have to make multiple simultaneous life changes in a very short time frame, a wealth of research reveals that a diagnosis of diabetes leads to post-traumatic stress disorder in both the child and the parents, which can be observed even after half a year later after diagnosis. This makes the diagnosis of type diabetes a life-changing and traumatic experience, not only for children and teenagers, but their parents as well. And it is very important to notice that in Lithuania, more than 100 children are diagnosed with first type of diabetes in Lithuania yearly, and this number increased during pandemic. And our country, I mean Lithuania, is third in the world in terms of the growth in numbers of those diagnosed with this disorder. So it is very serious problem for specialists, medical specialists who work with children. And parents of children with diabetes suffer from distress, depression, hypoglycemic fears, sleep disturbances. And I want to point here that parents have to wake up every night and check their children's blood glucoses and make and to make decisions to make insulin injections or give the child glucoses. And they suffer also from chronic fatigue. Parents also face social challenges. The specificity of disease management makes communication with others difficult. They have to work less or quit altogether. As a result, the family's material well-being suffers. Diabetes also affects parent-child and parent-partner relationships. In these families, parents are more likely to conflict with each other and with their sick children. And so it is very important to notice that they have lower psychological well-being and quality of life compared to parents of healthy children. So these challenges of managing the illness complicate the psychological functioning of the child and parents. A little bit about psychological well-being. We have two approaches about what is psychological well-being. It is hedonistic approach and eudaimonic approach. Hedonistic approach, it is about that subjective well-being reflects how people feel and think about their lives, and is defined as a process during which a person cognitively and affectively evaluates his or her life. And in an eudaimonic approach, psychological well-being is defined in terms of a set of psychological characteristics of a person indicating mental health, and 6 areas of well-being are distinguished: autonomy, self-acceptance, positive relationships with others, purpose in life, personal growth, and environmental mastery. So in my work, it is like I focused more on the eudaimonic approach. So about my research methods and participants, the research was conducted in 2017 and 2018 within the framework of doctoral studies at the Lithuanian University of Health Science. The research was approved by the Kaunas Regional Biomedical Research Ethics Committee, and the focus of the study is to reveal the characteristic of maternal psychological well-being. And why now I start to talk about mothers? Because in this research participated more mothers. The biggest amount of participations were mothers. Just about 15% were fathers, and it is very normal in many researches about chronically ill children, because it reflects reality of these families, that mothers spend more time taking care about ill children. And in this research, we organize two groups. It is target group and control group. In target group participate mothers who are raising children aged 6 to 12 with diabetes, and they have to have duration of illness 1 year or more, because if a child live with the diabetes less than 1 year, the results could reflect stress, learning how to work with diabetes, and also the reaction, the psychological reaction to disease. And in control group participate 163 mothers who are raising children aged 6 to 12 years, and their children didn't suffer from any chronic illness. And it is very important to notice that 6 to 12 years, it is also very important time when children start to be involved in diabetes management, because they start to go to school, and they are in separation with their parents, with their mothers, and they have to start to take care about themselves, managing diabetes. And research methods, and about research methods, we use psychological for psychological well-being assessment, the Lithuanian well-being scale. There are subscales you can see. I don't talk about that. You read, and I will talk about them presenting results. So, and the choice of statistical analysis methods was determined by the nature of the data analysis. The comparison between study groups was performed using the students' t-test, where the skill distribution corresponds to the normal difference, and Mann-Whitney U-test, where the skill distribution does not meet the normality. And mothers in both groups, I mean in target and control groups, were very similar by the age, by number of children, and by age of their children, and we can see that these groups were homogeneous. So results. So you can see that all subscales show that mothers of children with diabetes have worse psychological well-being in all subscales, except satisfaction with life in Lithuania. And what it is very important for me to say, it is better that I didn't include some other very important results in this presentation, and these results are very controversial but very important. I will read about them. That our result analysis shows that mean of optimism and positive emotionality skills to be statistically significantly different that mothers of children with insufficient diabetes management are more optimistic and have more positive emotionality. So it surprised me very much, because I expected other results. And other results that logistic regression analysis disclosed that mothers' psychological well-being skills are statistically reliable predictors of glycemic control in children with diabetes. And skills of optimism, satisfaction with the cost of living, and negative emotionality were also identified as statistically reliable predictors of glycemic control. It was found that an increase in mothers' optimism by 1 point increased their probability of decreasing glycemic control by up to 3.3 times. An increase on the scale of satisfaction with the cost of living by 1 point increased the probability of decreasing glycemic control by up to 2.9 times, and increase by 1 point on the scale of for positive emotionality resulted in any increased probability of illness control deterioration by up to 3.4 times. So it is very big surprise for me. It was big surprise for me, and for my supervisors and consultants. But in discussion, I will explain these results. And these findings, our findings, echo similar research on the psychological well-being of parents of children with various chronic and diabetes illness. Adhering to child diabetes treatment regimens, parents experience common stressors such as medical adverse effects, changes in daily activities, disruptions of social and family roles, and the burden of diabetes management. About negative emotionality, the diagnosis of diabetes, hypoglycemic events, and their demands all contribute to anxiety and depressive symptoms in parents. About optimism, that it is very natural that the control of parents on children with diabetes is greater in comparison with parents of healthy children. And other research about satisfaction with physical health show that daily burden of children illness can negatively affect parents' physical health. And parents of children with chronic illness work like most other parents of non-ill children. For the former, working could be a potential barrier to providing effective medical care because their other roles, partner, parent, worker, conflict and require time and energy. Thus, illness management requirements are an additional burden on a working woman who has to constantly balance responsibilities in the family and at work. And it is very important to notice that it is a big challenge for women in general to balance these responsibilities. But if child have chronic illness, it is big stress for them. And parents have difficulty communicating not only with their ill child, but also with other children. The same trends are observed in the relationship between spouses. And there are more conflicts in these families, and they have more difficulty in resolving these conflicts. And I want to notice that, about logistic regression methods results, that it seems that mothers have to choose to have better psychological well-being or to manage better diabetes of child. It means that it is that good management of diabetes, of child diabetes, have very high price. It means that well-being or psychological well-being of mothers. And about practical implications, that it is very important that psychological help must be integrated into the disease management process from the first days when diabetes is diagnosed. And psychological help and support must be orientated not only in ill child, but in whole family as a system. And it is very, very important to involve fathers also in management of diabetes. And conclusions, that psychological well-being of mothers of child with type 1 diabetes differed statistically significantly from mothers of children without any chronic illness. IE, the former was significantly poor. The same trends applied to optimism, satisfaction with living standards, positive emotionality, satisfaction with relationships with loved ones, interpersonal relationships, physical health, and job. So, question and answers. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Jolanta, for your presentation. And I think that all of us have insights, thoughts. So maybe questions. I know that we don't have a lot of time, but one question, I think Jolanta is here and she would lovely answer the question. Yeah, Augie says, thank you, Jolanta, and I agree with that. But, can I ask one question? I was thinking, when you showed the results slide, this table, and what results show that factor satisfaction with life in Lithuania, right?
Yes. Yes.
You didn't find very significant difference. There was a very low one. So do you have any ideas what happened with this one?
I have two ideas. I will start from positive idea about positive insights. That in Lithuania we have very high level of not social support for these families. I mean, compensation of insulin pumps, and now from July we will have compensation and for sensors. This is also very important for management of diabetes. Others, my not so optimistic insights about our small culture characteristics. I mean, about Lithuanians, we are a little bit, negative about life and life in Lithuania. We like to talk about that in in dark side.
Okay.
I have one question, if I can.
Yeah.
I know, Jolanta, that you are starting a new program for children at school with controlling. So maybe you can introduce it very shortly, just for those of us who are listening and for those whom it might be important, and also it's connected to your practical implementation of your work, I guess.
Thank you very much, Evgeny. This program has started last year in May. Yes, we have now in Lithuania we have 1 year of program Diabusas, when mobile team work with school and children garden. We teach pedagogues, teachers, and how to be involved in diabetes management of children, because it is very important to let children to go to schools and to organize time for parents for rest and for ability to work, because most mothers, about 60%, don't work, or they work in a shorter time than regular. So this program work now at this time I am in preparation process of research about effectiveness of this program.
Okay, so we will be waiting for these results, right?
Yes, thank you. Yes,
okay.
Thank you.
So thank you, Jolanta, for presentation. Thanks again, and I think we are ready for the networking session, right? So
Yes.
I'm giving the word to you, August. Thank you.
Okay. Once again, hello everyone. Nice to see so many of you still listening to us and participating actively. So before starting with networking session, we would like to ask everyone who are still listening to switch on your cameras, and we would like to make one picture of everyone just to see your faces, smiling faces, and to have better ideas with whom we are communicating during those few hours here. So please don't be shy, please.
This is the beginning of networking session, actually.
Yes. So I would like to see more people, maybe to make a picture of everyone. Nice to see some people whom we already know by names and by faces, and new ones. So please, we would like to see whole screen of computer at least. Very good. I will do some pictures. We will share those pictures on our social media, okay, if you don't mind us doing that. And also you can read, if you wanna, you can watch once again this conference on YouTube, because we were live streaming this conference. So if you, for some reasons, you had to skip, or you had to do something else, you will still be able to watch it once again. One shot. Okay, and one more with smiles, please. Just one moment, I need to prepare my virtual camera. Okay, screenshot. Smile. Great, thank you very much. Okay, so today we are going to the end of our official part of our conference, and we will continue with networking session. So you can stay with your cameras on if you wanna, of course. And today, during our conference, we have heard presentation about artificial intellect, how it can help us to better understand the emotions. Also, we were talking about the importance of sleep, physical activity, electronic devices, and social media. Also, intercultural factors were taken into consideration during our today's conference. Moreover, we have talked about how different diseases like diabetes or bipolar disease affect the patient's life, their family, and we have finished our presentations at our conference with different important factors for motherhood and family well-being in general. So overall, we had a very nice variety of topics, which can show us what an important role psychology science plays in health, and what different topics we can unite and to have all of us today here. Now we would like to flow to a little bit more on the official part of our conference, and as we're planning to do similar conferences in the future, so your feedback maybe about the conference are very welcome. You can write it or you can tell it, and later on we will continue with more networking talks here. So if somebody would like to express your thoughts or ideas, you can do it right now, right here. Okay, maybe some ideas or you were listening for so many hours, so we would like to hear you too.
Actually, it is the first time when we are making international conference, because before 2 times we made it like inner, only in our department. So it would be really nice to get feedback about our international conferences success or some mistakes, if you saw something.
Also, one of the main aims and goals of this conference was to create some network with our partners at the other universities in the world, and also with our social partners. So we can see that there were a lot of colleagues who were listening to us, psychologists and even medical doctors and other specialists, maybe our future students. So maybe you have some ideas on collaboration and would like to share it. That would be also welcoming. There is the time for that.
Hello, Yevgeny and respected colleagues. It was really very nice experience attending this wonderful international conference. And since I have, along with my professor, Emeritus Professor Mishra, and medical professors, Professor U.P. Shai, who is in the radiology and radiation department, and another Professor S.K. Singh, with whom I have worked on the diabetes mellitus patients. So I would appreciate if we can make some collaborative work with the Lithuanians health professionals, definitely particularly psychologists and health professionals. I also completed a major project with Aboriginal peoples. So we can look into the similarities and differences of the patients or caregivers or the normal healthy peoples of these two countries residing in different segments of our societies. We can compare their knowledge regarding illness on the basis of their education, gender, affluence, and other psycho or cultural perspectives, or along with their cognitive, like their health belief system regarding the causation, consequences, controllability factors, and similarities and differences as well we can assess. And also we can also have a comparative analysis regarding the social support system, as Jolenta and Melda, I have just heard the fantastic presentation of even Yevgeny. I have also shared some paper with the international students that myself carried in last years with my students. So comparative studies can be made on the coping strategies, perception of the availability and expectations of social support, and treatment attitude of the patients as well as non-patient group. And so we have a lot of opportunity to look into the various perspectives regarding similarities and differences of the health behavior of even patient group, non-patient group, students group, and the parenting also. We can see what happened to the mother and children and their family members when they have to perform the caregiving roles, or when they have to take care of their children. So it would be a great pleasure for me and for my entire team to collaborate with Yevgeny and Professor Nida and rest of the other colleagues. So we are waiting to hear from you, Yevgeny, and I really congratulate you and your entire team for giving me opportunity for the participation and presentation of my paper and organizing such a wonderful conference. My heartiest congratulations to all of you, and thanks and best regards.
Thank you, Professor Purnima, for your nice words and for ideas for the future collaboration. We already started our collaboration, I think, from personally with you, and we will continue it with your coming to Lithuania. And I really believe that next year, maybe in September or October, you will be able to come with your husband as we planned. So we hope no circumstances will stop us now. So we have to do it for sure. And I think here in Lithuania, we'll be able to meet with all of our colleagues and to talk with each of them maybe and to find some points of collaboration, because you have mentioned a lot of areas of research, and I guess most of us could refer ourselves in these areas. And it would be nice, at least for me, to look how, for example, international students are feeling in India and in Lithuania, maybe, and maybe to join to some other broader projects and to see how it works, having in mind cultural differences and all those important factors. And I think it would enrich not only our works, scientific works, but also our collaboration and our personal understanding maybe of our topics where we're working and in general. So thank you very much, Purnima.
One more, if you allow me to
raise the question. Yeah, sure.
Actually, this collaboration has been made for 3 years.
Yes.
Yesterday, I read the letter, and it will continue till next year, June. So is it possible to again extend this collaboration, because due to the corona, we lost so many opportunity to exchange our academic as well as research processes with colleagues and the students? Or before completing the project, this collaboration, can we start a research project like that? That's what my
of course,
or extend the collaboration.
So we're going to continue with this project. I mean, we still need to manage your trip to Lithuania with your husband and ours also. So, but after finishing the next year collaboration, we are going to write once again the project, because for that we need to get some financial support from European Union, and we hope for the best. And of course, as we lost so much time with COVID, and so we see a lot of potential here, and with your participation in this project, I guess we can ensure the European Union structures that it's fruitful collaboration and that we can continue with that. So first of all, we need to do small steps, what we need to do according to this project, and then we might think, and if you're coming here and discussing the future collaboration, I guess we can write good arguments for our colleagues in European Union Commission organizations, and to get more grants for those kind of collaboration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Purnima. Is there anyone else maybe who would like to share some ideas of future collaboration? Or nowadays collaboration maybe? I have idea which just pop up in my head. I hope it's not too stressful for our young presenters. We had some students who were presenting, and for some of you it was the first time maybe you have done such presentation in the international conference. So maybe you could share some of your ideas. How was it and how do you feel now? This was a big step for you all. Yes, Vlad.
I can share my experience. I was very nervous before I started my presentation, and it didn't help that I was so far down the line of the presenter. So I was listening to everyone, although very with attention. I also felt a lot of stress, but overall, I feel like when I started speaking, all that stress simply went away. And I'm very thankful for everyone who was here today and listened to me and my presentation, and as well to every other presentation. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Vladas. Do we have more colleagues who would like to share?
I saw that Paulina was here, but maybe she's not anymore.
Paulina is not here any longer. Monica Zarambaita, maybe you would like to share some words.
For me, it was very stressful, but I think it's good challenge for students, and it makes me, and it can make other presentations perfect in this time, I think.
Thank you very much, Monica. Paulina, another Paulina, I guess, Poczuta.
I just checked none of Paulina's.
Okay, no worries.
Mm-hmm.
Then we would like to thank once again everyone, all the participants, all presenters, all our partners. Today we had a great day with we're going back to our works and studies, full of energy and full of ideas for the future studies, for the thinking about how psychology would develop maybe in the future. Today we had some very interesting for me personal presentation about artificial intelligence, and I have some thoughts about that, and about sleep and how it might impact us. So
I'm thinking about sleep actually. Because we have problem with sleep. Okay.
Yeah, me too. I think I should manage my sleep regime better.
Yeah, it was really inspiring to rethink what you're doing with your life.
Exactly.
I'm thinking to ask Laura actually to my health and behavior lectures on September or October for students and for colleagues to inspire us to live healthier.
Yeah, I think she should come also to give some lectures here, and especially for PhD students who are always lacking of sleep. And about artificial intelligence, once again, I guess we will have more colleagues because we start to work on this direction with neuropsychology and artificial intelligence. So I guess that shows our direction for the future of our Department of Health Psychology. And nevertheless, we also have some other directions where we're working, and you could see those topics and those areas of in psychology where we're working. So thank you, everyone. If somebody would like to add something, here is the last chance for you to do that.
Thank you, moderators, for helping us.
Yes, thank you, moderators. Thank you for all the organizers, everybody who supported this this conference, and have a good day and have a good upcoming weekend. Well, goodbye and take care.
Thank you. Thank you. Take care, you too.
Thank you.
Bye.
Have a wonderful evening and weekends too, everyone.
Thank you.